situation.
Years
so that
since
we
I
can be a
started
family.
watching
If you're
you.
never gonna
Yeah,
be my
I still feel the
family,
same
just say
admiration
that.
I have for you ever since I watched your stream. I just want to say that you are truly an inspiration to me, and that you should never think that you are of no value to people who love and support you.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel.
Making
Guys, I
boy
appreciate you guys
preggers.
watching my video. Please remember to leave a like.
That's how this
comment,
model was
sub,
made?
give me a
Oh my
follow.
god, you're
Don't
right.
forget to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Let's check out today's video.
Had a conversation. She said that
Thank
you
for
had
always
told her
brightening
that
up
you
my day
still
whenever you
loved me,
stream.
that you had
I
feelings
had
for
my
me, all
fair
these
share
other
of
things.
aching
You're the
sides,
mother of my
stomach, and
babies.
cheeks
Of course I
from
got
laughing.
feelings. I respect you. I don't even know what we're having this conversation right now.
The only thing I requested was you to put it in a cup because I only wanted you to be the only father of my children. But I know that when I asked you, you said you had to ask your wife. And I'm not trying to be a side bitch to no man.
You had
married.
a situation with Safari, but now you're trying to make
You're
me
the one who's married. You've always been married. And I'm still here trying to make some work. You don't deserve me and I'm here. I'm telling you, what do you need me to do?
What show is this?
Let me fix my situation. Till when? Till when you need me to wait for you? You don't even have the balls to tell me, yes, I want to be with you, or no, you leave me lingering, knowing that I love you. And you play with my emotions. Why do you do this to me?
Oh,
Just
no,
tell
she's
me
crying.
no, so I can move on. I haven't been able to move on from you. I faked it so that I can move on with my life, and I haven't been able to. I always have hope that maybe one day you'll see the value in me. One day you'll see that I'm a good woman. This hurts me. Just tell me no. Say no. And I promise I'll leave you alone.
Why
but
does
you
he
never
have to say no? Why can't you just move
You
on?
always say maybe. And there's only so much I can wait. Don't do this to me.
I don't want to play with you.
But you do it. You're doing it now. You say for me to... You say for me to wait till you've solved your situation so that we can be a family. If you're never going to be my family, just say that.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Please remember to leave a like, comment, and sub. Give me a follow. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Let's check out today's video.
And had a conversation. She said that you had told her that you still loved me, that you had feelings for me, all these other things.
You're the mother of my babies. Of course I got feelings. I respect you. I don't even know what we're having this conversation right now.
The only thing I requested was you to put it in a cup because I only wanted you to be the only father of my children. But I know that when I asked you, you said you had to ask your wife. And I'm not trying to be a side bitch to no man.
You had
married.
a situation with Safari, but now you're trying to make me...
You're the one who's married. You've always been married. And I'm still here trying to make some work. You don't deserve me and I'm here. I'm telling you, what do you need me to do?
What show is this?
Let me fix my situation. Till when? Till when you need me to wait for you? You don't even have the balls to tell me, yes, I want to be with you, or no, you leave me lingering, knowing that I love you. And you play with my emotions. Why do you do this to me?
Oh,
Just
no,
tell
she's
me
crying.
no, so I can move on. I haven't been able to move on from you. I faked it so that I can move on with my life, and I haven't been able to. I always have hope that maybe one day you'll see the value in me. One day you'll see that I'm a good woman. This hurts me. Just tell me no. Say no. And I promise I'll leave you alone.
Why
but you
does he
never
have to say no? Why can't you just move
You
on?
always say maybe. And there's only so much I can wait. Don't do this to me.
I don't want to play with you.
But you do it. You're doing it now. You say for me to wait till you've solved your situation so that we can be a family. If you're never going to be my family, just say that.
Wait, so she wants him to leave his
we're never
family,
going to be
basically.
a household, and I'm going to be a single mother, and I'm going to continue having a broken home. So I find somebody else that's willing to love my children and me. Just say that.
That's crazy.
I don't deserve this, and I feel humiliated. I don't deserve to be humiliated because I'm a good
So
woman.
leave
I'm a
him.
good daughter. I'm a good mother. I don't deserve
What is she doing?
Don't touch me.
Oh, okay, she's leaving now. I need backstory. I need backstory.
Your
So
mother
that's
came.
crazy. This is interesting because we have what we would call, I mean, I wouldn't call him a deadbeat because he's married with children, but we have a situation where a lady has gotten involved with a man who is married, and he's stringing her along, letting her know that it's possible that he would leave his wife to be with her. And because she's fallen for that, because in the history of all cheaters and men who step out of marriage to have a side person, in the history of that, the chances of them leaving their main woman has always been slim. It's always been slim. It makes no sense that she felt that he would leave his wife for her. To be fair, you can't feel sorry for her. I'm sorry. You can't feel sorry for her because she's in a situation that she knows is wrong. And at the same time, she wants him to I mean, he's already destroyed his home. So anyone who says, oh, she wants him to destroy his home for her is, you're putting the pot before the kettle. He's destroyed his home. He's cheated. He's stepped out. But she wants him to leave that person and come to, it does happen. And whenever it does happen, you find most times the man does it again. He makes her the main chick. He can step out again anyway. So this is a no-win situation. And it's a kind of situation that the woman, if you know your worth, because she's saying she knows her worth, you shouldn't be in that situation. Even if you've had a child by him, you've made a terrible mistake having a child by a married man anyway. But once you realize that actually I don't want to do this anymore, leave that situation. That type of man, they're not good men. And this is the problem that we keep having in this day and age. Women go for men like this, but they ignore the men who are willing to submit their lives to them for the rest of their life. They go for these bad, edgy people who are stepping out and cheating on their wives and cheating on their husband because it's really edgy. It's exciting. You're hiding from the main chick, so it's really exciting, but you don't realize that you're just hurting yourself in the long run. And as you can see, she's realized that she's always going to be the side chick. I don't agree with all of this, and if truly she knows her worth, she should leave this and look forward to the future to get something that, you know, especially if she's changed, which doesn't sound like she's changed. She just wants him to herself. She doesn't care about the wife or what they're doing together. It's crazy. So I don't feel sorry for her. I really don't. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you agree with me, or do you think that when push comes to shove, all the blame goes to the man because he's the one cheating? I agree with that. But at the same time, I think she holds some responsibility for going with a married man in the first place. And even if he tricked her, she knows now. Leave him, right? Because, yeah, just leave him. That's what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Guys, remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub. Leave me a follow. I would appreciate you guys if you subscribe to my channel on whatever platform you're watching on. I'll see you on the next one.
Before I get married to anybody on this earth, I have to have some amount of money somewhere.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Please remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub. Let's check out today's video.
Before I get married to anybody on this earth, I have to have some amount of money somewhere that if this man decides to start misbehaving, it will not affect my children in the future. Imagine my mother had 2 kids with a man, a rich man. And I don't think their relationship was any different from what some of us have experienced. It was loving, from the way she describes it, it was loving, it was nice, everything was good, and then he just switched up after the 2 kids. When it got to a point in time where my mother had to take my father to court just because of school fees. For someone to be able to totally neglect their children and not want to have anything to do with them, I don't think any woman on this earth would want to just wake up and give birth to somebody like that.
Upset.
Yeah.
These things just happen. So if a man like that comes into my life, I won't agree. Even though I aspire to be an Oga wife or a housewife, I don't want to. Maybe if you tell me to quit my 9 to 5, but you open a business for me, no problem. Or you want to fund some business that I have registered in my name.
She's creating
that I know that after we have kids, even if you decide to stop taking care of the kids, I can afford it.
Okay, so this one is interesting. We can't for 1 second negate the wrong that has been done to her, because this has now formed her view of the world. It's formed a view of men. It's formed a view of relationships. So we can't fault her view because somebody did something wrong. And this is how it is with children, isn't it? This is why I talk about children a lot and I talk about parenting. Once a parent does the wrong thing, we don't know how far that damage will go in the mind of that child. And what's so funny about this is that the mindset that she has, no matter how noble and how sorry we might feel for her, it is not a mindset you can have in marriage. And unfortunately, because of the way she has packaged and protected herself and chooses to create bridges so that she can escape any marriage if it just smells wrong. This unfortunately means that she will not be able to settle down in a good, healthy marriage, because someone like that is always going to be looking over their shoulder. And it's not her fault. This is the thing. It is not her fault, but it is her choice once she becomes an adult to find ways to heal, right? This is your choice. Trying to figure out that, okay, there are bad people in the world who will do X, Y, and Z to people if given the chance. But at the same time, there are good people in the world who do X, Y, and Z because just, whether because they're good people or because they're Christians or they have moral compasses or whatever. It's your choice to find a way to heal and have that various view of the world. If your view of the world is that the world is dangerous and everybody's evil, this is going to affect the way you live. You will never trust. You will never experience love. You will never experience family. But if your view is that, yes, people can be evil, but also people can be overwhelmingly good, you can experience the good and you can still look out for the bad. But what we're finding with these young people is that they're completely closed off and they think that marriage can still operate with that mindset of, if you just sneeze wrong, I'm out. You're never going to be able to hold a marriage. So while I get what she's saying and I understand that it's not her fault that this worldview, this view of the world has been depicted in her mind, maybe even mom has sat her down and drilled into her how evil men are, because that's life. That's what happens. The man leaves, the mom basically talks to the children, belittles the man, tells the children that all men are trash, all men are trash. It gets ingrained in them and they grow up with that. That is a thing. But if she chooses to continue her life like that, unfortunately, she's never going to experience true love. When you're a child, you think like a child. You have to be told things. But once you become an adult, you can venture out and you can look for the truth for yourself. You can check, okay, my mom was treated badly by my dad, but then there are a couple of marriages over there where they've been treated well. There's a man who's treating his wife really well. There's another man over there treating his wife really well. There's another man over there who's treating his wife and his children very well. Okay, so it's possible. Change your mindset and be like, okay, if it's possible, then it's possible, rather than all men. I will never allow this. I'll never. It is what it is. That's unfortunately, that mindset does not survive in marriage. And if she ever does get married with the perfect man, he wants to do everything for her, everything that she's ticked off just to try and avoid what happened to her mom, that bridge that she formed will always become her downfall. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you agree with me? Do you think her mindset is correct and this is how women need to be cautious in this day and age? Or do you think, actually, no, I agree with you, even though it's not her fault that she has this mindset, somebody has wronged her, she does need to heal from that trauma so that she can move forward. Whatever the case may be, guys, let me know in the comments below. Guys, remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub. I'll see you guys on the next one.
I'm trying to figure out how do I tell my wife my side chick pregnant.
How do you tell your wife that your side piece is pregnant?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh.
Are you sure it's yours?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
How long has this been going on?
8 years.
damn.
8 years.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Please remember to leave a like, comment, and sub.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to figure out how do I tell my wife my side chick pregnant.
How do you tell your wife that your side piece is pregnant?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh.
are you sure it's yours?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Are you trying to be with your side?
He
Like,
said,
are
"Oh,
you
yeah."
have feelings for your side piece? How long has this been going on?
8 years.
Damn.
8 years. That's your girlfriend.
That's
You said 8
crazy.
years or 1 year?
8.
8 years.
God.
Ooh. So,
What is going
does
on
your
out
side
there in
piece
the
think you're about
streets?
to leave your wife?
Hell no. I can't do that now.
Wait, how long
This is
have you been
similar
with
to
your
the
wife?
other video we did before.
We've been together 20 years.
Oh,
Okay,
Jesus.
20 years.
Well-
Do you think your wife knows about your
Jesus.
side piece, though? Because usually 8 years, she knows something.
Nah.
Guys,
sure?
sometimes I feel like
How
people
are
make
you?
these
I mean, not
stories
to blow
up.
your spot, but how are you keeping that separate for that long?
Man, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Were you ever thinking about ending things with your side piece, or you just wanted it to continue like this?
This is
forever?
I
wickedness,
want to
guys.
stay a secret. That's why it's a secret.
How many kids do you have kids with your wife?
Yeah, one.
Do you still love your wife?
Oh, you had one child with
Well,
her.
What do you think she's gonna say when you tell her?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
8 years is a long
That's
time.
crazy.
Yeah,
You've
yeah.
been married 20 years and 8 years of
What are you
affair.
gonna do if she leaves you? Are you gonna be with your side piece then?
Nah. She ain't wiping me, sir.
8 years of this?
This
how
is
do
so
you know
bad.
for sure that's yours?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Man,
Why
listen,
is she?
I know.
Why is she not wifey material if she's been your side piece for 8
Exactly.
years?
Because she was putting up with that.
There it go. There it go.
Yeah, he don't respect it, which
Nah,
is
at all.
crazy.
Ain't no lie.
Yeah, he don't respect
Why
it
do
because
women
she's the
put
side piece
themselves
for
in these
8 years
situations?
dealing with the wife's leftovers.
So wait,
So
what?
wait, let me ask you this: so when your wife calls and you're with her, she just stay quiet?
Yeah.
Wow.
She knows the wife is priority.
Wait, so she doesn't. The side piece doesn't think she's gonna be a main piece.
She knows she ain't.
Okay. But she does
Wow.
want to have your baby.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. So she hasn't dated, the side piece doesn't date anybody else but you?
Yep.
Can you
What?
afford another baby?
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
well,
He
that
said,
might
yeah,
not be
that's
us.
probably
First
why.
and foremost, you got yourself in a position, you got to handle your responsibilities. Man, you think you want them to meet each other, the wife and the side piece? Because they're going to have to.
At some
no,
point.
That can't happen, man.
Do they know each other?
Nah.
But
There's a
the
kid involved
audacity
now,
of
and
this
you can't
conversation is
neglect
crazy.
your child, right?
Yeah, but dang.
Oh, no, man. Good luck with this one. Maybe you should go watch Fences.
That's
All right.
Yeah,
thank
your
you.
wife's
crazy.
about to be Viola Davis.
Thank you for calling.
This really makes me sad, guys, because on one hand, I realize that there are men who are scumbags. I'm not of the notion of women going, all men are trash. I know for a fact that there are men out there that are just evil. In the same vein, I know for a fact there are women who are evil. We've heard stories of women purposely getting pregnant to trap athletes or movie stars, and we know these things happen. Some of these things are just transactional. The Bible also warns against, it tells young men to watch out for the seductress. It tells young women to watch out for the evil man. So these things are real. Trying to pretend as if they're not, that's the main folly. What I don't like I said already, is the notion that every man, once you go through something like this, then every man is evil. No, you're dealing with, how can a woman stay in a relationship with a married man for 8 years when he's been married for 20? That's crazy. And not only that, she's there playing the submissive, oh, the wife is priority, I'm just the side piece. Like, she's happy to do that. This is the problem. Like, the whole thing, it's not one person to blame. And I hate this thing where people try and say, well, it's the man's fault, the woman's fault. No, the whole situation is crazy. You got a man stepping out of his marriage. That's crazy. You got a woman willing to sleep with a married man. That's crazy, right? And you got the same woman willing to have his baby, even though he has a family. That's crazy. And you have a man who's playing both situations. That's crazy. This is nonsense. And this is the kind of stuff that really makes my blood boil. I hate men that do this. But there's so much here. There's a lot of factors here. Because there are men who know that there are women who would not mind doing this, and they go for them. The red pill is very big on this. Red pill people are always talking about how if you got a high value man, you should let him cheat because he's high value. That's utter nonsense. Like, this situation gets my blood boiling. I really hate it. It's so annoying. But what can we learn from this? Look, this is not hard. Don't get involved with people like this. As a woman, ask her to send you your own guy. Don't go for a man who's already married. Don't go for a woman who's already married. Don't step out of your marriage. Like, what the hell? If you marry someone, make sure you do your due diligence. Don't ignore red flags. If he's a womanizer before you got married, don't think that's going to stop or go away. That's not going to stop. If the guy was womanizing before you met him, and then you met him, he made you feel good, but he's a womanizer, it's not going to stop because you got married to him. It's going to get worse. Stuff like that are important to look out for before you get married. There are men out there who are ready to look after their women, they're ready to die for them, they're ready to go the distance. These men just don't get the time of day, unfortunately. And you get men like this who are waste men, stepping out of their marriage for 8 years of 20 years of their marriage, and the wife has no idea, and the side piece is happy to do it. That's crazy. I'm annoyed. Guys, I'm going to leave it there. Please remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub. Let me know what you guys think of this video in the comments below. I don't even want to ask if this is normal, because I know it is. I've seen it. I know it happens. It just annoys me that we don't get enough good marriages that get, and rightly so. People who are married, happily married, they don't need to come out talking about their drama. And sometimes these stories are so outrageous. I just feel like people are calling in to make up stories. I don't know. Having said that, these things do happen, and it's just crazy, and I hate it. It's nonsense. So, young Christian, the Bible talks about it. Look out for, or stay away from, I forgot what it calls the woman. There's a specific word. It's not seductress, but seductress is one of them. Harlot is one of them, but there's a word, but it says that she can reduce you to a piece of bread. And young Christian ladies, stay away from these men. Like, they're edgy, they're dangerous, but they come with issues too. Go for the normal guy who loves you and wants to be with you forever. Guys, I'll see you on the next one.
That list that you got.
Exactly.
Trash it.
Exactly.
I was focusing on the wrong things. I really was.
Exactly.
List was shallow. Years later, here I am, realizing what I thought mattered doesn't even hold weight.
I
because
love that.
when life is lifing, who the heck cares?
Alright guys, welcome back to my channel. Please remember to give me a like, comment, and sub. Let's check out today's video.
Y'all, I remember when I met my husband. My friend took me to this raggedy party. This was before Christ. There's about 10 people, including the bartender, the parking attendant, bouncer, DJ, and us, okay? And I'm sitting here like, can we go? I gotta wake up in the morning to go to work. Anyway, so out of nowhere, this guy comes down. He's like, oh, can I get a dance? And I'm just like, absolutely not. This is not a real
Oh,
party.
damn.
Here goes my friend.
Oh, she said no.
I end up dancing with him. Oh,
Okay,
he's
she
real
danced
cool,
with
laid back or whatever, but he's not my type. Now, what he did say is that he's been in Atlanta for about 8 years, and I'm thinking, oh, snap, I got some friends coming in town. This would be perfect for you to show us around. But I'll take your number, you take my number. And,
Oh, she gave him his number.
you'll
That's
show
good.
us around. He called me that same night.
She gave him
I
her
figured,
number.
He was like, oh, I'm just checking to see how you were doing, checking to see if you got home safely. I did. They called me the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. So you know what I said? Hey, man, I
That's
just
called
wanted to
the
let you know
chase.
that I'm not interested in you. I want to know what he said. He said, okay, no problem. I'm going to be out of town for the week because I have to work.
She
I'm getting
rejected
back on
him.
Saturday. Maybe we can hang out. I'm so confused. Now, you know this lotion going to have to go on. Anyway, so he calls me the day after, and he calls me the day after that, and I'm just like, okay.
That's called the chase.
Maybe
Yeah.
I'm not saying this right, so I'm gonna have to use my vocal cords a little louder.
She's
Maybe
trying to
I'm
get
not
rid of him as
doing
well.
great. Don't judge me, because that's exactly how I was thinking up here. Yeah, I said that he was fat, he had a beer belly, short, and could not dress. So he said, that's very funny because you're not as tall either. Furthermore, I'm a truck driver, but if you wanted me to wear something, I'll easily give you the money.
I like
And
that.
you can go get it yourself for me, and I'll wear it. I'll wear whatever you want.
He's
And I'm
matching
thinking,
her energy. I love that. He's matching
I've
it.
never not had anything to say, but he really left me speechless. So I
Good.
figured he would just completely just forget it. You go about his business. I was waiting for that. Like, don't call me. It's fine. But he didn't. He kept calling me over and over and over again. Girls came in. He took us all out to eat. We had a fabulous time. It's 10 years later, here we are. And I just came here. I don't know who I'm talking to. That list that you got.
Exactly.
Trash it.
Exactly.
I was focusing on the wrong things. I really was.
Exactly.
List was shallow. Years later, here I am, realizing what I thought mattered doesn't even hold weight.
I
because
love that.
when life is lifing, who the heck cares? He is wearing corduroy pants with a jersey shirt. I still care. But that's not the point. Stay focused. It wasn't that perfectly curated checklist that stood in the storms. It was his heart and his love for his family. Listen, neighbors, don't let that list rob you of a solid partner. Your body changes. The looks, they fade away. But that character, baby, that's what's going to last.
I love
Choose
this.
wisely. Choose with God's vision and not just your own. Listen, I got to go pick up the kids.
This was a really good video. I love the fact that she was able to explain that she was being difficult and trying to shoo the guy away, and yet he continued to chase her. This is missing now with guys, and to be fair, I don't blame the guys at the moment because the chase has been turned into something else. It's been said to be toxic. People have had issues with it, but the chase is one of the ways that you will know that a guy likes you. She wasn't even looking his way. She wasn't even feeling him, and yet he kept calling her every day. This is how you know the guy wants to hear your voice. He wants to get to know you, and the way you know that is the chase, the constant calling, the constant, you know, checking on you. And I love that when she tried to shoo him away and she basically told him about himself, he matched her energy, showing that if they were to get together, he wouldn't be a pushover. I love that. And I'm sure that's one thing that she likes about him, because she said he managed to put her in her place and she had nothing to say. That's amazing. This is the kind of story that we need to show our young people of today, so that they're not painting everything as toxic. Like everything is toxic. The guy is calling me all the time, oh, he's a creep. No, that's how you know the guy will do anything for you. That's how you know he wants to be with you. That's literally the dating game. And what did she say? I think she said like 15, 20 years later, they're still married. So this is someone who ended up with someone who she didn't think would be her type. She actually said he's not her type. And yet there they are married for 15, 16 to 20 years. That's amazing. So young Christians, what can you learn from this? Really and truly, you need to get rid of your list, which is what she said. She said that everything she thought she would want in a guy, he didn't fit it. She was talking about the way he dresses. And guys, I've mentioned this in a lot of my videos, actually. She was mentioning about how the way he dresses, his pants wasn't matching this pant. And yet her conclusion now, 15 years later, is that, look, that look fades. The dressing fades. Even her looks fade. But the character of the man that she married is the most important thing. And that's the lesson here. Because is he going to treat you right? He might be able to dress really well, but maybe he dresses really well and he goes outside and some girl catches his eye and he goes to cheat. But he dresses really well. He ticks that box that you want, but that character is foul. That character is such that he's embarrassing you outside. He's doing things that would not be something that somebody who's meant to be committed to you would do. So pick wisely, like she said. You can't judge everything on the superficial stuff. You need to think to yourself, is he calling you every day? Does he want to hear your voice all the time? Does he want to treat you well? Does he want to protect you? Does he want to love you? Those are the most important things that we should be looking at when it comes to relationships. And I see a lot of young people bypass and the things that she just mentioned are the things that you would probably correlate to what we call the nice guy. A lot of young ladies bypass the nice guy to go for the bad boy, and the bad boy shows you, look, I'm very flirty with girls, and you like that. But then when you get married, he cheats, and then you're like, oh, all men are trash. It is what it is. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Did you enjoy this video? I thought she got her message across really well. I'm glad to see people talking about marriage. Like, marriage is not bad. Marriage is a wonderful thing. God wants that for you. Ladies, God wants you to be married. All this thing that people are telling you that you can be alone and be single, it's better to be single. No. The Bible says it's better to be married. That's what the Bible says. It's better to be married. So don't be listening to all this rubbish where you think, oh, you can just be alone alone till the end of your days and you'd be fine. It's not fine until you get there. All right, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video today. I'll see you guys on the next one.
Husband. It's just his ass.
Damn,
He's gone.
this is a
like,
difficult one. I've never thought of this.
No problem. He's gone. Like, really? Really? What are you doing? Give it back. What are you doing?
No,
give it back.
Don't do it. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my videos. Please help me to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark so I can become a YouTube partner. Let's check out today's video.
With that, give it back to me now. Give that back to me now. That is my ex-husband. Give it back to me right now. Give it back.
I told you. No, I told you not to bring the urn in the house.
Whoa.
You can take it to your mother's house.
I don't care what you think. I have a special place. He is not in the way. It's a special place
this
in the house
staged?
for you won't even know that it's there. That is my ex-husband's ashes. That is my ex-husband's ashes. Give it back right now. Right now. That is not disrespect. If it's my ex-husband, I don't see anything wrong with it. Give it back now. Give it back. It is not disrespectful. So what does that mean? Yes, I'm married. Yes, we have vows, but we had vows as well. So that is my ex-husband. It's just his ashes.
Damn,
he's gone.
this is a
like,
difficult one. I've never thought of this.
No problem. He's gone. Like, really? Really? What are you doing? Give it back. What are you doing?
No,
Give it back.
don't do it.
Give it back now.
Don't do it.
I know you're
He's
not
gonna pour it away.
Put that top back on. I know you're not. Put it on my God. With that, give it back to me now. Give that back.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I've never thought about this scenario ever. But to me, he's gone way overboard. He's gone way overboard. There's a level of respect and there's a level of, I don't even know what it is. But when it comes to the dead, when it comes to people that we love who have passed away, I'm not a fan of ashes. That's not, yeah. You know, ashes is something that I heard about when we came to this country, but back home I've never heard of ashes or burning the body and stuff like that. I think we heard more of that from like India when I was back home, but regardless, it's the dead. And I don't understand why people keep it in their house in a urn. I don't get that, but I can say categorically that the respect, or is it respect? I don't know what the word is. There's a thing that we share, that we hold dear when it comes to the dead, the loved ones that have passed away. Him doing this crossed the line, I would say. No matter how you view the argument, whether because he's an ex-husband and she's moved on and she's with him now, so there should be no other man in her mind, the guy is dead. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? He's dead. And due to the way, maybe the way she processes grief and the yearn and whatever it is, there's something there. Not in a, oh, she still loves him and she'd rather be with him kind of thing. No, there's a respect thing that's there for like the dead and the way she's keeping it. There could be a conversation. There could be a, I'm not happy with this. There could be a, this is unacceptable in my house. There could be a remove it. There's other discussions that can be had around it. And if it doesn't happen, if the woman doesn't do whatever it is you expect, you can put ultimatum. You can say, you know, if it's that important to you. But to take the urn and pour the ashes away, I think that was too far. I'm still trying to process this. Like, this is, my mouth was open when I was watching that. Like, is he gonna do what I think he's gonna do? Don't do it. But he did. I think that's wrong. Personally, I think that's wrong. Because you don't know how your wife is processing what you're doing. You don't know how your wife processes grief. This can be grounds for divorce. Like, young people who are getting divorced these days are getting divorced over nonsense. These are the kind of things that are like, whoa, you're not taking seriously something that I find serious. And look, husbands, if your wife finds something important, even if it looks stupid to you, you have to take it as important. I love anime. I take it serious, you know, loosely speaking. I love gaming. I take it serious. My wife doesn't give two monkeys about those two things I just mentioned, but because she loves me, she takes it serious for me. She would watch it with me. She'll go through the emotions with me. If I'm playing game and I'm screaming at somebody like, oh, I'm losing or whatever, she goes through the emotion with me. Why? Because she loves me. So husband, if your wife loves something or she finds something important, but you think it's trash, you still need to make an effort to meet her emotion where she is and find that thing as important as she does. And this is one of those cases where this thing is important to her and you treated it like trash and you did whatever you want to do. This can cause major issues in their marriage. And I think what he did is wrong. Guys, what do you guys think? Do you think I'm wrong in my thoughts around this? Do you think he's right because it's an ex-husband? The narrative around this is different because it's an ex-husband. Why does she have it in the house if it's an ex-husband? Or do you agree with me that actually, ex-husband or not, that's wrong what he did? Let me know what you think in the comments below, guys. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Please remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub. Remember to give me a follow on Twitch, TikTok, and Instagram. I'll see you guys on the next one.
I've been cheating on him for 3 years with his best friend. We had 2 kids, 3 and 6 years old.
Damn, that's harsh. If I was in this person's position, I don't think I would have ever been able to forgive. I'm sorry. Alright guys, welcome back to my channel. Thank you so much for watching my video today. I appreciate you guys. Please remember to subscribe to my channel, leave a like, comment, and share the video. Let's check out today's video.
I've been cheating on him for 3 years with his best friend. We had 2 kids, 3 and 6 years old.
Damn, that's harsh.
And he could have walked away, should have walked away, could have. And when all this came out, and I hid it for 3 years in the church, when all of this came out,
the music is distracting me.
He looked at me and listen, a good therapist knows your feelings are valid and you can feel all of those things. He was mad. He was hurt.
Of course.
He was confused. He was disoriented. All those things were still true. None of that was underscored or not a part of his experience. But what was also a part of his experience, because he had been submitting and surrendering to the Lord so faithfully for so long.
What, is the guy crying? What?
He literally looked at me, and all I expected him to do was exactly what every man had done in my life, my dad, all these other men, was to leave.
Okay.
And instead, he looked at me and he said, Casey, I don't know how to not love you. That is when Jesus became my Lord. That is when I got grace for the first time in my life. I realized that that is what Jesus had been saying to me all along. You don't understand, girl. You know, you can run from me, you can hide from me, you can be mad at me, you can do all these things, and the reality is I don't know how to not love you.
How long did she say they were married for? Hold on, guys.
I've been cheating on him for 3 years.
Guys, this one is hard. This one is hard. This is one of those ones that you just have to be sure that you know, this is what God wants you to do. Look, guys, she's been married she was married to him for a while, and then she cheated for like the first 3 years or so, and then they've got 2 kids as well. And she's basically saying that he forgave her. I don't know. So to the world, let's put it this way, to the world, this is stupid. This is dumb. silly. This is like Christians have been brainwashed to be punching bag. That's the message this sends out. But to Christians, we kind of understand what's happening, but at the same time, there's a level of humanity that cannot be ignored here. Don't get it twisted, guys. I'm a Christian. You guys should know this already. And I do believe in forgiveness. But there are just certain things that it really takes God to get over, and the defilement of the marriage bed is like the top of that list. You're married to somebody and you basically defile the bed and you go and cheat. That's one of the worst, most painful thing you can do to someone, whether it's your wife or your husband. It's gonna be very difficult to say to someone, forgive that. If it's you personally and you were able to go through that and you were able to forgive, that is you and your faith and God. But to then tell people you should forgive, that's the part where I'm like, I can't judge the lady. What she did was foul. That's crazy. A lot of the things that can be discussed would be, how did the man end up with a woman like that? Where did he get her? Did he know she was doing this beforehand? Did he know the kind of lifestyle she was living? Or is it that she got married and then she awoken the cheater in her person or her being? I don't know. But if it's something she was doing beforehand, ladies, this is to you too, because I see so many women end up with men that before they got married, the man was a cheater, the man was sleeping around, he was busting out this girl and that girl and going out of his way to get this and get that. And then you get married to him and then you expect him to be loyal to you or change. It's not gonna work. So similar to this story, did he know that she was doing this before he married her? Because this type of behavior is not normal. I'm gonna say that for sure. Right? Because most people, probably 60-70% of people, they want to get married. They want to get married for love. They want to love their husband, their one person, and they want to move forward with them. Doing it to this extent, I don't think it's normal. I don't think it's normal. Like cheating on your husband. Like, she cheated for 3 years and she was doing it continuously. It's not like she cheated once and then that was it. She was continuously cheating for 3 years. That is not normal behavior. It's not. I'm sorry. And I've said this before, guys. Somebody gave me a very amazing piece of advice before I got married to my wife. And that is that whatever it is that you do, whatever habits that you have, whatever negative and positive things about you would only be enhanced in marriage. So if you got like really bad habits, if you're a cheater, you're going to cheat more in marriage. That's a fact. I don't think personally, and I'm gonna hold my hands up and I pray I never have to go through it. I've got an amazing wife. This is not something she would ever do. But if I was in this person's position, I don't think I would have ever been able to forgive. I'm sorry. This is why I say you can't tell people, oh, forgive. You can't. You just can't. Like, it's one of those things that's just personal between the person and their faith in God and whatever it is they've gone through, whatever it is. Me personally, you cheat on me for 3 years and I find out, I'm sorry, you're gone. I'm sorry. I don't mind not even remarrying, but we're not doing this. It is what it is. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. If you're watching on Twitch, give me a follow. If you're watching on YouTube, give me a like, comment, and sub. And if you're watching on TikTok, I appreciate you guys. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, thank you so much again for getting me to that 500 subscriber mark. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Let's check out today's video.
It's a mom who turns a baby into a boy, but it's the dad who turns a boy into a man. See, masculinity is not something a man is born with, but it's poured into him from other men. He has to be shown how to confront his fears. It's a man that teaches him how to treat a woman. It's the men in his life that are meant to impart to him the good work ethic. See, this is why men matter, because you can't turn a boy into a man unless you have a man.
Okay, that one was quite straightforward. A little bit clever with the wording, but I get what he's trying to say. It's nothing new. I was watching thinking he was going to be divisive, because a lot of times these type of content are not trying to bring us together. They're more trying to show why men are better or why women are better. But he never got there, which is good, right? Because I almost thought we were going that way. But guys, try and avoid like content that tells you men are so important more than women, and then vice versa. It's not necessary. Both are needed. Every time you have a father missing, there's a deficit in the child. And every time you have a mother missing, there's a deficit in the child. That doesn't mean the child can't grow up and fill those deficits with things on the way. Like for me, I never had a dad, but I had people in my life who were able to give me what I needed. Again, it's not perfect, right? And that's the point, isn't it? The point is the child has to go through all these other hoops to get what you could have provided just by being there. And that's the thing, again, it's not that you're doing something special as a father. It's not that you're doing something special as a mother. It's just your presence, right? Of course, we do activities. We get them ready for school. We do all those things. These are just like normal human being things. You bathe the child's a baby, you change it. Those are normal things. What's important out of all of that is you just existing in your child's life. And what happens while you're doing day-to-day stuff? The Bible talks about, and guys, I'm really probably butchering this, but it talks about teaching your child the word of God as you walk on the way, as you sit down, as you do this, as you do that, right? That's what the Bible says. And the point of what the Bible is trying to say is that it's not saying that, oh, just read the Bible to your child. It's talking about being an example. It's talking about as you're doing your daily activities, teach him about this. As a father, as a mother, there's a point in your child's life as you're watching movies with them, as you're playing PlayStation with them, as you're going out in the car, walking in the park, playing, the child looks at you and he sees himself. The daughter looks at his mum and she sees herself. And it's that image, that identity that gets imprinted into that child's life. That's my father. I'm just like my father. That's my mother. I'm just like my mother. It's that identity that gets secured as you're doing daily stuff. And by being there, that child doesn't have to go through that identity crisis, because as you're doing those things, he can see himself in you. He can see, it's like, oh, I'm looking at a mirror. That's me. That's what I'm going to be when I grow up. That's how I'm going to look when I grow up. That's how I'm going to sound. And also, more than that, is the child proud of what he sees, right? If you're a father and you're in the home, you tick off the box of, yes, you're not absent, but then you're not a good man. You're not a good father. You're cheating on his mother or her mother. You're beating the mother, or you're a deadbeat, or you go out and you do things that they can't be proud of. The identity crisis will still exist, because the child now has to go, this is what I look like, but I don't like what I look like. That's where the problem is. All these things are all part of the growth of the child. So the father can be present, the mother can be present, but also they're not good images of what the child wants to be. Just like the video, guys, I did a video previously where a little boy was talking to his mother and he was not proud of what the mum represented. The mum abandoned him. We don't know what or why or what caused it. We can only speculate, but it could be drugs, it could be addiction, it could be anything. And the child is like 6, 7, 8. And he's basically saying, I'm with my dad because you didn't make the right decision. And the child is a male child, by the way, but he's looking at his mother and he's like, I'm not proud of what I see. So this is the point, right? Don't listen to these things that kind of put men on a pedestal or put women on a pedestal. God made it that we are both meant to be in the home as an example of him to our children, because our children also look at us for an example of the Father, of God. So your presence is very important. And while you're present, you need to be someone that your child can say, I like what I see and I'm proud of what I see and I'm proud of what I could become. All of that happens based on your character. What is your character at home? What is your character outside? What is your character with his mother or her mother? And what is your character when you're away from the home? Like, all those things matter while you're being present. But mostly that identity thing, it's just about being there. And the child looks and the child is like, that's me, that's my dad. Don't let anyone deceive you. We're both as important as each other. Guys, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. What do you think of this video that I just watched? Did you understand the angle that I was going for there? Do you understand what the man was saying? Do you agree with the man? Do you agree with me? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Before I go though, guys, please check out my other channels. Guys, I have a channel with my kids where I react to all sorts of shenanigans over there. It's called Angelinters. I put it on the screen right now. Please go over there and watch our videos over there. And of course, I have a reaction channel where I react to trailers, movies, anime, gaming, all that stuff, guys. Please go over to that channel and give me a like, comment, and sub. I'll see you guys in my next video.
So if she got down on her knee right now and said, will you marry me?
You're moving too fast. I can't do that.
Woo. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my videos. Before we get into today's video, guys, please remember to hit that subscribe button. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark this year. I'd really appreciate your sub today. And remember to leave a like and leave a comment on the video. Let me know what you think. Let's get into it.
How old are you?
44.
41.
And how long have you been together?
10 months.
Being that
10
you're
months,
in your
okay.
40s, do you plan on getting married one day, or is it just more of like a long-term partnership kind of thing?
40. Oh, silence. Oh,
You
no.
never know. I can't say that. I can't say what the future may hold.
I like that she kept quiet because that question belongs to the man. I like that she kept quiet, but I don't think she likes that response. They're in their 40s, so I'm gonna assume that they've both either been married before and divorced and are now single, pursuing something with each other, or she has never been married before and he's been married before. I'm looking at her body language, and the body language says, I hope that he marries me. That's what it looks like to her. So it could be that she's never been married. Maybe she's had relationships, of course, but she's never been married, but she's hoping to marry this guy.
I know right now we dating, we in a relationship, we figuring it out, we pushing forward, but I can't say that far.
So if she got down on her knee right now and said, will you marry me?
You're moving too fast. I can't do that.
Woo.
No.
What's the hesitancy?
What?
Right.
No.
But first
But you know what's the hesitancy? First of all, you want to know this on podcast?
Oh,
I've been
no.
married for 15 years, and then I got out of this for a whole. I only been divorced for damn 2 years, and then I still got to. No, ain't no, but at the same time, I got to still heal. I still got to goddamn. No, I'm gonna hear.
Oh,
I'm telling
she
real
said
shit.
stop talking.
No, since you want to hear it, I'm being real. You know, I'm just being real.
Oh,
When
she
you know
left.
you're ready, you're ready.
You ready? It don't matter whoever it is.
He
with.
messed up,
Whether
he
it's
messed
the
up.
first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or whoever you with, you're gonna learn it and you're gonna know it and you're gonna just get with it and you're gonna love it and you're gonna say, I'm gonna respect it.
He messed
and
up.
That's it. Goodbye. Good night. Thank you.
He messed up. He messed up with that one. I'm actually happy that woman tried to control him, and I'm also happy that she kept quiet and let him talk, because it looks like this is the conversation that they've had before, and his answers have probably been what he's saying now, but also she's realized that he was talking too much to the public, and that's why she left. I'm not on his side on this one. I'm on the woman's side. Like, these are the kind of things that you make clear from the start, but then also, even if he had made it clear, I know the lady could still stay in hopes of. Having said that though, even though I'm not on his side, I get what he's saying regarding, he did give an excuse, and it's a good excuse, which is that he's just come out of a 15-year marriage and he's not in a rush to get into another one. The young kids call those type of things trauma. Like, divorce is traumatic for the people who go through it. So it is something that it takes time to get over, and some men sometimes never get over it. Some that do get over it vow never to marry again. So it is a delicate issue for him. I understand the excuse he's given, but also depending on their relationship, especially for the lady, that should be your answer as to whether or not you're going to continue with him. Like everything he said there, I don't think he's saying for the first time. The guy said they've been together for 9 or 10 months or so. So this conversation has been had. 100%. So she's added there hoping, or she's probably on the same flex. My prediction is she's also a divorcee and they're trying to see where it goes, basically. But yeah, I think he talks too much in this one. He didn't make himself look good at all. But that's my thoughts on this video, guys. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you agree with me? I know that in the red pill space, the red pill space will probably be on this side because obviously they don't like marriage there. But for me, first of all, I don't believe we should divorce anyway, unless like your life is in danger, DV or that kind of stuff. But if you end up doing it, there are clear guidances on what should happen after divorce in the Bible. We won't get into that. But since that has happened and they're now in this situation, you can't lead each other on, basically. It is a mistake that leads into more mistakes, that leads into more mistakes. And then before you know it, you're in a situationship and then it just gets messy from there on. So I think they both need to make up their mind. The woman needs to really hear what he's saying. And based on that, and I know it's hard, they're both in their 40s. If the woman is a divorcee, she's trying to link up with someone really quickly. As a woman, you think about your future and how you would sustain yourself, if that makes sense, who you're going to be with for the rest of your life. So you don't want to be alone. Well, we live in a world now where women say they don't mind being alone, but it is what it is. But I'm talking from like old-fashioned view. The woman needs to secure the next person that will look after her, basically, for the rest of her life. She was probably gonna be realistic as to what kind of person she's gonna get. She knows she's not gonna get the unmarried man. It's very slim. So going with this person and then hoping. So yeah, she just needs to listen to what he's saying and then decide for herself if this is what she wants, because he's gonna drag his feet to marriage and he's told you why. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you agree with me? Do you believe the man is a douchebag? Or do you think actually, yeah, he gave a good reason and the woman just needs to decide based on that? Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Remember to hit that subscribe button and help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. And also remember, guys, I do have a reaction channel where I react to trailers, movies, gaming, and all other shenanigans over there. Please go over there and give me a like. Guys, I'll see you on my next one.
He took me back to his house, not because he wanted to do anything, because he wanted to show me the renovations he's doing in his basement.
What?
You don't go to basements on a first date, Reagan. I know, but he had barn doors.
The barn doors?
He was making a whole nother apartment all by himself.
What?
He bought
I'm
this
confused.
house.
Oh, okay.
And it's nice. And his car, did you see his car? No. It's brand new. It's a 2021 SUV.
Okay. Oh, so he's rich, I guess.
It has a screen in it.
She said it has a screen in it.
I started to forget about like everything else, and I was just like, wow, I could start living like this.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for something nefarious, but it looks like she's fangirling for the guy, which is good.
And he was so respectful.
Okay, so he's a good guy. That's good.
It was beautiful.
Oh, guys, it's always good to get one good one sometimes.
I had a couple cocktails and some wine. Yeah. So, do you think you're going to go on a second date?
Of course she is.
He wants to bring me to his hockey game tomorrow.
Oh my god, this girl is so cute. Look at the way she's talking.
He wants to pick me up and bring me to his hockey game.
It's like she's never had
So
this
I can
before.
come watch him. It's so cute.
She said it's so cute.
He says he wants to take me thrifting beforehand. So yeah.
Thrifting? What's
For
thrifting?
each other and not let each other see. And it's what we have to wear on our next date.
Look at her face.
That's what he said.
Oh my god. You better not leave him. Look at this. It's so sad because you get guys like this who swoon over a girl and then the girl just leaves them.
Pretty good first date.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video today. Please remember to leave a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. I just hit that 500 subscriber mark. I'd love to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark so I can finally become monetized and a YouTube partner. So please hit that subscribe button. Guys, let's check out today's video.
When a man is broken, he can destroy everyone around him by what he does. When a woman is broken, she can destroy everyone around her by what she says.
Okay, I thought that's where she was going.
That's why for a man, self-control is his greatest power.
I agree with that.
For a woman, silence is hers.
Okay.
When a man has learned to not be out of control, but to be out of people's control, because he has self-control.
I get that.
That's a powerful man.
I get that.
And
That
when
would make sense.
a woman has learned to be silent, doesn't mean to be silenced.
Okay.
I'm silent because I'm watching. I'm silent because I'm observing. I'm silent because I'm waiting for the opportunity to speak.
Okay.
And when I speak, people listen. When I speak, the room listens. And not only do they listen, they take heed to what I'm saying because there's wisdom that's coming out of my mouth.
I understood what she was saying and I get where she was going. However, a few corrections. One of the worst things that can affect a child is the words that come out of his father's mouth, especially a male child. So I'm guessing she's talking in relation to relationship between a man and a woman. But even then, one of the worst things that can affect a woman is the words that come out of her husband's or her man's mouth. Because the Bible says that as men, as husbands, we rise up to praise our women. Those are words. So I get what she's trying to say. We are more powerful based on our actions as men, which is true. But your words are just as powerful. I think the only thing I would say this is relevant to, or probably what she's speaking to, is this dynamic between men and women, where men basically say women, and I do believe a woman can destroy her man just as much as a man can destroy his woman. And also this has to do with words. Of course, you want to hear the right things all the time, but you know, a woman who is always nagging, a woman who's always speaking negatively can definitely bring down her man. So I'm guessing that's what she's speaking to. But young Christians, I do want to say, your words are just as important as a man as it is as a woman, right? The things you say affects your surroundings. The things you believe affects the things that you say, right? If you believe something, it affects the way you behave, the way you move, the way you talk. Everything about you is affected by your belief system. So your words are very, very, very important. The words you say to your woman, the words you say to your children, the words you say to people around you, very, very important. There's a reason why being in a manager's position, you are able to manage a team differently than a different manager. There's a reason. It has to do with the way you are, the way you speak, the way you carry yourself. So your words are important. So I get what she's trying to say, but I don't think that a woman is powerful because she's silent. I don't think that's true. I think a woman is powerful because she knows who she is and she's able to speak life into her husband or her children. That's what makes a woman powerful. The first part of her video is absolutely correct. We are more judged by our actions than our words, but our words, I believe, are just as powerful, especially if we say the wrong thing to our male children, even our daughters. Our daughters are literally in the palm of our hands from what, 6 onwards? Like the daughter looks up to their father like all the time, and then the male children just need their father to just be present, to look at for their identity. So it's just as powerful, I think. But I get what she's saying. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below regarding this video. Do you get where she was coming from? Do you think I've just kind of complicated it more? Do you think women are more powerful silent? Whatever the case may be, guys, let me know in the comments below. Before I go, guys, please remember I have a reaction channel. I react to movie trailers and all of the shenanigans over there. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, subscribe to my channel over there and watch my videos. And guys, also I have a reaction channel. My children actually manage this channel, but we do reactions together as a family on that channel. Please go over to that channel, watch our videos. Remember to leave a like, comment, and hit that subscribe button. Guys, I appreciate you watching my video. I'll see you on my next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, before we get into today's video, hit that subscribe button, guys. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I really appreciate your sub today. I'm trying to become a YouTube partner. Let's check out today's video.
I'm off the apps. I'm deleting them. I'm never, ever, ever using a dating app again because I don't trust anybody. You can just be whoever the f you want on there.
Whoa.
And the last person that I dated was not the person I thought they were.
Why? What happened? Tell us.
Mind you, we went on about 6 dates before I figured this out. I figured this out
6 dates, okay.
when I met his friends. This is key for girls who aren't really sure about someone. He met my friends 2 weekends ago. Went
Okay.
really well. He was all buttoned up, very nice, very respectful. Everybody really liked him. And I was like, oh my God, okay. You know, I was kind of testing the waters there to see how.
Okay, so her friends liked her.
Reacted, and
Liked
feeling
him.
just like a little bit unsure about him. So,
So
I was
what
like,
went
okay,
wrong?
Maybe I like him more than I thought. Keep it going. Had a couple more dates. Still feeling like I'm not sure.
What
Yes,
went
I'm
wrong?
gonna go meet his friends out for St. Patrick's Day. And I was like, oh, you know, I have plans already. He's like, no, you should just come and just meet them. Like, I really want you to meet them. These are his best friends, mind you.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna make it work. Like, we're trying to get to a certain level. This has potential for this person being my boyfriend. I'm gonna like make the effort, go see his
Wait,
friends.
they're
try
not
and make a good
boyfriends yet?
impression,
6 dates?
See what's up. I get to the bar. Mind you, it's like an early 20s bar, absolutely packed. There's girls like, and guys like at every corner.
Okay.
Barely push past.
What's
I
she
text
about
him
that?
there. He knows I'm coming. Doesn't answer. I have to go like search for him inside this like bar club. You know, it's some hybrid of that. Can't find him. I find his friend who I met once. He comes up and is like, oh, Colette, like we're over here. And I'm like, oh, cool. So I go, and I got a really good impression from this guy the first time. I go to meet the group over, and I see the guy that I'm dating, who's, mind you, like very shy and
Okay.
reserved with me, but we're like slowly opening up. So I walk up to the group, and he's like, we're like in the group, and he looks at me, and he like walks over so that we're in the middle of the circle, and he just like starts putting his tongue down my throat, like full on makeout, which he doesn't even do when it's just the two of us. And I was like, whoa. So I kind of like pulled back and was like, hi, like, it's good to see you. And he's, I mean, I'm thinking like, okay, he must be really drunk. Like, what the f? Gets way worse, way worse. Starts introducing me to his friends. Okay, great. Like meeting all his friends.
Get to the point. What happened?
He's like on his phone trying to coordinate and get guys there, I guess. Oh, fuck, I need a part 2. It's worth it.
Oh my days. The more she kept going on, I kept feeling like maybe I just got clickbaited because, oh my days. There's a part 2. Come on. See, now I have to go look for it. I have to look for it because I was waiting for the punchline and she kept dragging it and dragging it. I've been on this app for a while now, guys, so I know how people like orchestrate their videos. I try not to do that on mine. I just, you know, get straight to the point, post a video, my reaction, and that's it. Bob's your uncle. I kind of saw this coming the longer it went because I was like, this video is a bit long and she hasn't even said anything yet. What happened? Anyway, let me see if I can find it. There's no part 2. I'm so annoyed. All right, guys, I couldn't find the part 2, so yeah. You guys are just gonna have to suffer with me because that video was nonsense. She was just dragging it. She does a lot of videos, so her TikTok channel is pretty good. She talks about dating and stuff. But yeah, this one looks like it was clickbait and I fell for it. So I'm still gonna post this video. You guys are gonna watch it with me and suffer with me regardless. But I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Please remember to leave a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. And of course, go over to my other channel, my reaction channel. I'll put it on the screen right now. Please go over there and give me a like, comment, and sub. And check out my channel with my kids as well, where I react to trailers and all other shenanigans over there. Thank you guys for watching the video. I'll see you guys on my next reaction. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Before I get into today's video, please remember to leave a like, comment, and sub. Remember, I'm trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. It's 2025. Please help me get to that goal. I'd really appreciate your sub today. Let's check out today's video.
You don't owe your parents anything.
Oh,
anything
okay.
at all. Even if they are the best parents in the world, you still don't owe them a single thing.
Okay.
Because, and you probably thought this before, they chose to have you. Therefore, it's their responsibility to raise you as best as they possibly can and be the best parents that they possibly can.
Two things can be true at once.
Now, if that's the case, what's going on when you have parents on one side who are guilt-tripping extraordinaires? They go to their kids and they're saying, why don't you appreciate me enough? Do you know how much I've sacrificed for you? Do you know how much I've done for you? And you still don't do enough. You still don't care about me enough. You always put yourself over the family. You always put yourself over us. Why do you have that?
Okay, this sounds like an experience she's having, because from what she said from the beginning, both of those things can be true at once. The parents may have had you and they chose to have you, blah blah blah, and at the same time you can have some level of gratitude for them doing right by you, because there's a lot of children out here who were chosen to be had. That statement makes no sense, but the parents had them, but the life that they gave them was trash. Look at the third world countries. Look at single parent household. Look at young people who ended up in foster. I ended up in foster home. Look at the sufferings that a lot of those children went through. If those children had it the other way, and let's say this young lady maybe had a good life and had a 2-parent household, and the parent provided everything that they needed and went on to law school and basically set them up in a way where they're made for life and they can make a better life for themselves, there should be a level of gratitude. That's what I mean by two of those things can be true at once. I think it's the view, the way she's framing it is what makes it sound wrong. Like, oh, you don't owe your parents anything. It's the way she's framing it, but I think there should be some gratitude for your parents. You may not want to call it owe, but we do kind of owe our parents. It's like when the Bible talks about give the respect that is due, right? It's basically saying you owe that person respect. You owe that person gratitude. You owe that person your life. You know what I mean? So let's see what she's going with it.
On one side, and on the other side, you have parents who have never uttered any of those sentences in their entire life, not even given a little bit of the energy in their entire life, and yet you have their kids go, oh my God, Mom, Dad, I love you so much. You're the most amazing thing ever, and I want to take care of you and give you so much, and no matter how much I give you, it will never come close to how much you have given me. So what's going on? On one hand, you have parents who are talking about, why don't you feel in debt to me? And on the other hand, you have parents who never say that, yet their children saying, I feel so in debt to you. So what's going on is the children on this side, their feelings of being in debt to their parents originates from their love for their parents. It starts from loving their parents, and then a way their love manifests is feelings of being in debt to their parents. These parents on this side get them all confused and think, oh, I will be able to get that kind of love if my children feel in debt to me. Do you see how they got those two mixed up? So they try to make their own children feel in debt to them so that they can get that kind of
love
treatment from their own children.
Okay, guys, I get what she's saying. I do. I do think that may not necessarily be true for everyone, but I get where she's coming from. What I mean is that you do have parents who never assume a position of debt to their children, and their children still don't show that gratitude. So this is why I mean, like, a lot of things can be true at the same time. That doesn't change the basic fundamental of you have parents who have raised you, especially if they raised you well, like, show some gratitude. This is what I'm saying. But at the same time, I get what she's saying about the parents who are forceful. We do have that in our African culture where parents would always bring up, oh, I carried you for 9 months. Oh, I suffered for you. Oh, I did it. That is a thing. This is why when she went on to explain what she meant, I immediately clocked what she was trying to say. Does that then mean when you have those type of parents, you shouldn't show gratitude? I don't think so, but I get what she's saying. I think she's right up to a point. So young Christians, what should you do? What camp do you fall in? Do you have parents who are always reminding you about the sufferings that they had over you and as a result you owe them? Or do you have parents who basically did their best and they never even mentioned it? Which one do you fall into? And then also the question would be, what's your response to either one of those love? So in my opinion, if you have the toxic parent, let's call it toxic parent. If you have the toxic parent who would always remind you about, you know, they carried you for 9 months, they did this, they paid for your tuition, they paid for college, they paid for this, they paid for that, I would say still remain gratitude, right? I did a video some time back about a young lady who was married, and she's Asian and she's married to a black man, and as a result she had a toxic relationship with her parents regarding her children, and as a result she's had to put some boundaries and cut off her parents, blah blah blah. There is a time for that. There is a level, because they're parents, there's a level that you should not tolerate, and these goes for really toxic parents. But in general, if it's just a parent who is just high strung, and you know, you would probably be the same way if you're their child, just figure it out. I would say try to figure it out, set some boundaries and say, look, mom, I don't like it when you say this. Like, children need to learn at what age they get to where they're able to have a conversation. A lot of times our parents really traumatize us that even at 30 we can't say anything to them. But I think at, you know, at a certain age you should be able to respectfully hold a conversation with your parents and just say, mom, you know, the way you keep reminding me that you carried me for 9 months, it just makes me feel this way. There's nothing wrong with that. But more importantly, regardless of which part of the parenting you are at, regardless of whether you have the toxic parent or you have the really healthy parent, remain grateful for what they have done, especially if your parents are in your life, right? They're in your life. They may not have done everything, but they're there. Because there's somebody else in your school, in your college, in your uni that's never seen his father in his life. He's never seen his mother in his life. Maybe his dad is in jail. His mom is a drug addict. There's somebody else who's got it really worse than you. So no matter how toxic your parent is, like I said, there's a limit to that. And one of those limits, I would say, is when it starts to affect your children negatively. Then I'll be, okay, let's take a breather. But apart from that, be grateful for your parents. Be grateful for what they have done. No matter how small or how little you can do it. No matter how small or how little you can do it, just try your best to show gratitude with your words and as well with whatever it is that they have managed to put in your hands. What skill have they given you? What kind of level of life have they sacrificed to give you better? Be grateful. That's what I would say. But like I said, guys, I get where she's coming from, and I know there's a lot of toxic parents, and yes, even though I am a Christian, I still believe in setting boundaries with parents where you just need to be like, no, right? And there's an age for that. At some point, young people, you will become the parent to your parent. Remember that. Anyway, guys, Let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you agree with this young lady that we don't owe our parents anything? You know, the way she started the video, and I get it, it's a YouTube thing that we do. We have to say things in a way that captivates people, and then along the way we explain our point. But do you agree that you don't owe your parents anything regardless? Or do you believe that yes, we do owe them, not gratitude, but we owe them? We need to pay them back. We need to show them love and whatever just because of what they did. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Remember to hit that subscribe button. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Also go over to, her name is Asha Jacob. No, without the S, Asha Jacob. Go over to her channel, give her a sub and watch the full video over there. I don't like watching full videos because I think it'll be good to kind of give some traction to that person who made the video in the first place, so that people go over there and check out their content rather than watching the whole content through my channel. So go over there, give her a like, comment and sub. Before you go, guys, I have a reaction channel. I react to trailers, movies, gaming and all of the shenanigans over there. Please go over there, give me a like, comment and sub. And remember to go over to my channel with my kids. We react to similar content, but from my children's perspective around trailers, movies, gaming and all sorts. Please go over there, give us a like, comment, watch our videos over there and leave a sub. I'll see you guys in my next video. Young Christian, I will say it again. This is a milestone of life. Marriage. It is a milestone. It is God's will for you. You are meant to. It doesn't mean when you get married everything's going to be rosy, but it is a milestone. It is something that you should be looking forward to and you should be doing. But also on the other hand, it is one of the most important decisions that you're going to make as a person, because my pastor always said, if you marry the wrong person, you can destroy your life for the rest of your life. But if you marry the right person, it doesn't mean you won't have challenges, but you will have an amazing life. You will go through things together that you'll be so fulfilled. So the wrong marriage can destroy you. The right marriage can basically make you. Remember that it's a very important decision. And what I find happening is young ladies like this grow older over time. People talk to them along the way, they don't listen. They get to 30, 31, 32, and then they get desperate, and then they choose the wrong person, and then they go, oh, I should have remained single anyway, because marriage is not what I dreamt of. This is the point, because you didn't do it at the right time. And when you don't do it at the right time, you are in danger of desperation. You're in danger of, oh my God, I'm out of time. And as a result, you just choose anybody, which is wrong. The other advice. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Remember to leave a like on the video if you're enjoying my content, and remember to subscribe to my channel. I really appreciate your sub today. Help me to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark so I can become a YouTube partner. Without further ado, guys, let's get into today's video.
Why guys don't want a relationship? Stay for the whole video. You'll actually learn something. Let's
Okay.
say I'm a cashier at a clothing store. You walk into that clothing store and you see the most amazing, beautiful dress on the clothing rack. You try on the dress fits you perfectly. You look amazing in it, and then you realize it's $2,000. Okay, no problem. You got $2,000. You're a richie. You're a baddie. Okay,
Bougie,
so
let's
you go to the
go.
front desk, and you see the cashier, which is me, and you say, okay, I'm ready to pay for this dress. I want this dress. I gotta have this dress. I tell you, you've got two options to get the dress. You can either pay full price plus tax for the dress, so $2,000 plus tax for the dress, or you can walk out of that store with the dress in your hand.
Oh, for free. Yeah.
We'll chase you down. You could just get it for free. So what are you going to do? You're going to walk out of that store.
For free. That's actually really good. I love that analogy. That is actually the image of the current dating world, because a man can get it for free now. Like, they can. Unfortunately, it's easy now. You know, because again, one of the movement of feminism is to make women like men sexually. So a woman can go out on a Friday night and sleep with 1, 2, 3 guys over the weekend, have a one-night stand, never meet the guy again, go back home on the Sunday and go back to work, never have to talk to the guy again. That's the kind of culture that we're in. So a man can almost guarantee in this day and age that he will go out on a Friday, go out for drinks, go out with friends, go to the pub if you're in England, go to the club if you're in America, go to a party, go to some event, and he will almost guaranteed that he will walk home with a girl that will give it to him for free, right? And they never have to talk. They never have to see each other again. Just have a one-night stand and keep it moving. That's actually a really good example.
As fast as you can with the dress in your hand for free and not pay anything. Why? Because I offered you the option.
Yeah, the option is there.
For free, without doing anything.
You don't have to do anything.
Give me what I want as a man, which is the squirtle in between your legs. Then why would I be motivated?
Why would you pay the $2,000
to do anything or be anyone for you? Nothing changes for me. I still get access.
That's absolutely spot on.
It's just that one version requires my commitment, my effort, my
the way it used to be,
time and my energy, and the other version requires nothing from me except a little.
What would you choose?
And attention every now and again that I can give whenever I'm.
Guys, you have to understand. I can already imagine women saying, "Well, why can't the man just do the right thing?" Do you realize that there's something about human nature? You have to be a certain type of person. There has to be some religious belief involved or some higher moral compass for you to not see, you know, I don't know, money or something. Just be put in a position that looks innocent, but you can do this thing and you can get away with it, guaranteed, and you don't do it. You have to have some higher level of moral compass. Even some Christians will still do the evil thing. Not to talk about it takes a level of the person, of faith or something, that you could see yourself in a situation. You can choose to do this wrong thing and you're guaranteed that you will never be caught, nothing's going to happen, and you won't do it. This is the kind of world we live in. So women saying to men, "Oh, why don't you just do the right thing?" It's not all men. Like, even good men fall for the temptation of doing the wrong thing if they can get away with it. So there will be very few men who will not, you know, take advantage of this. There'll be very few men who say, "Oh, I know I can do it, but is it right? Let me not do it." Very few. So you're stuck with the majority of men who they could see you and their instinct says to love you and protect you, but knowing that they don't have to do all that jazz to get it and not do it, it makes no sense. So this is why women don't realize that they lost the battle of the sexual market when they made sex free. It's not as straightforward as it sounds, but I do think the analogy that he gave was spot on. And like I said, just to make my point again, people are good until you find yourself in a situation where you have to defend yourself, in a situation where you're desperate. Like, imagine if you tell the truth, you get in trouble. If you lie, you can get scot-free. It takes a level of man or person, should we say, to be able to say, I know if I tell the truth, I'll get in trouble, but I want to keep my integrity, so I'm going to tell the truth, get in trouble anyway. Whereas everybody else, 80-90% of people will just lie. Especially if they're guaranteed to get away with the thing. They'll just lie. And this is what we're talking about here. 80-90% of men, especially you will have some good men roped up in that, concede this opportunity and say, wait, why should I take the hard road when, and think about this, ladies, we see you giving it to the chaps. We see you going after the bad boy. We see you going after the boy. Like, I'm watching young people now, that's young as 16, 17, 18, overlooking the good boy. Like, we have good young people who are going to college, who are doing their thing, they're trying to get better, they're not getting in trouble, but then we have this bad boy who is a bully, he's using drugs, he's doing all of that, and you got girls flooding for him. You got the 16-year-old, the 17-year-old flooding for him. The boy is not even mature yet. He doesn't even know he's left for him right, but because he's got that bad boy thing going, the girls flood for him. The boy who's doing everything right, girls don't even have the time for, they don't have no time for him. So we see that happening, and can you imagine that boy grows up and he's like, wait, I'm wasting my time doing all this when they're getting it for free. Well, let's get in on the action. It takes a level of man to not take advantage of that. Those men exist, like I said, they have religious background, they're normally Christians, or it's not common, especially in this day and age. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Did you think the analogy was really good? I thought it was really good. I thought that was a really good analogy. Personally, for me, I said in another video, if I was in the dating market, I wouldn't be one of the people who were like giving up and saying, oh, women are trash. No, I would know exactly what I want. I know exactly what I want. And I know exactly where to find that type of woman. And I would go and get that woman. Again, that's me personally, and that's all based on the way I grew up, the things I went through, the things that I saw, which I've shared some already on my channel, the type of relationships that I saw, the types of all sorts of things that I saw as a young person that made me make this decision. I'm quite sure if I didn't have those experiences, I would just be a normal young man who views relationship with the same lens as probably most of my peers, which means I'll probably be stuck in what's going on at the moment. But because of my experiences, it made me make certain decisions. That's why I know that if I was single in this time, I know exactly what I want, the type of girl that I want, and I know where to get her, where to find her, and what to do to get her. So I wouldn't be these like red pill people. I wouldn't. But like I said, those type of men, they exist, but the market is not conducive for them. And you who's in this like sphere, you won't find them. You won't find them. They're the kind of people that go to church, go to work, go to the gym, meet people physically. They don't have time for like all these extraterrestrial stuff. They don't have time for the internet and stuff like that. They're busy. They're busy. And they know where to get what they want. Anyway, guys, remember to leave a like, comment, and sub. Let me know if you enjoyed the video. Remember to check out my reaction channel. I react to movies, gaming, trailers, and all sorts over there. Please go over there, give me a like, hit that subscribe button. Check out my channel with my kids as well. We do the same thing over there. We react to things together as a family. Please go over there, give us a like, comment, and sub. Guys, I'll see you next time. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my videos. Please remember to leave a like, comment if you enjoyed the video. Let me know what you think and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Let's check out today's video.
Aren't you gonna get out?
No, I just opened it.
No, you're gonna open my door for me. Come out and open the door for me, or I'm not getting in.
I love this guy.
It's cold outside now. You're not cold. Come inside.
Come open my door, please.
It's cold. But you're already standing there now. Just coming. I turned on the heat. Look, the car seat is warm.
I don't care what you turned on. I'm not getting in the car.
Everything is on.
I'm not getting in this car until you come and open the door for me. I'm a lady.
Oh.
No, I get that, but you're already standing there now. It's not,
You're
it's
already
not like
standing there.
I can't.
That's funny.
You know, I can, but you're there. So I'm just saying, since you're there, I've already opened it. Just
wow, you just want to open.
So, come.
I don't trust doors.
Open the door for me.
Damn, she slammed the door.
I drove 30 minutes to get here, and I'm here. I turned on the heater, everything. Even the date we're going on, it's me that we pay. Is it? I will pay and I'll bring you back.
It's me that will pay.
The
least
you can do is come and sit down.
Shiver is dead, guys.
No.
I'm not getting in the car.
Then go home. Oh, he's coming out. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, she said thank you. Okay. You said wahala. Yep, you already know how the date is gonna go.
It's just normal.
Thank you.
Look at his face.
Why are you like
I'm ready now.
Oh, she said I'm ready now.
You know what? Don't worry. Come out.
Aha, there we go. Yeah.
Come out because I don't think this. No.
It's not gonna work.
No, come. Just come out first.
Are you serious right now?
No, come.
He said come. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I want to.
And then close the door and go.
I'm very confused. How I drove to this place. I came to pick you up. You could have met me there. I will also pay for the date. This place we are going, minimum $200 that I will spend. And I have to beg you to get in the car. It's not that I can't
I have to beg you.
It's not that I can't open door. It's just that you already
it's the attitude.
The door twice. Don't worry.
You said don't worry.
Where are you going?
Sometimes you just be avoiding problem.
It's true. Yep. You already know how it's gonna go.
I'm opening my door by myself.
Are you serious? I just wanted you to be a gentleman.
No, don't worry.
Oh, you wound up.
Is he?
Yep.
Freaking serious right
now? He gone.
Move so that I don't climb on your leg or something.
Where are you going?
It's a Tesla.
We were supposed to be going on a date. Where are you going?
No, I'm going home.
I'm going home.
It's not
Didn't you drive out here for me?
I thought I did, but clearly. Let me just respect myself. And go.
Respect myself. I love it.
Wow.
All right, guys, right off the gate, please be aware it is a skit. This young man does this a lot. His channel is amazing. I'll put it in the description so you guys can go check it out if you don't already know him, because I know he's quite viral. But even though it's a skit, I wouldn't be surprised if it was based on the Cheesecake Factory video. Guys, we've reacted to the Cheesecake Factory video here already, where the lady basically was causing a ruckus in the car when he came to pick her up, and she was basically complaining about how Cheesecake Factory was trash. Just in case you think he's exaggerating and this doesn't happen, it really does. And the current discussion between men and women right now is, guys, there was a time, and again I covered it on this channel, where women came out with restaurants that they will not go to, how much money needs to be spent at the minimum, and then men came out with their own. So it's a real discussion, but that's by the by. Even though this was a comedic skit, this discussion is a real discussion in terms of the conduct of women on dates, as well as the conduct of men on dates. There are men who are, we call them pookies, and we call them chads on YouTube, who basically just know they can get away with stuff with women who like them. And there are women who just go for the bad boys and, you know, they let them get away with rubbish. So in terms of the conduct of men during dates and the conduct of women during dates, there's a conversation of women who actually make it a point to go on dates just to eat, and at the end of the day they're packing the food to take home to their children at home. And there are men who go on dates just to get the woman to pay for it and then never see them again. So it's bad on both sides, but this is a real thing. Though it's hilarious, it is hilarious, and I really like that guy. He's he does the accent really well. And you can tell he's from Nigeria. So, I mean, is he? I don't, maybe he's American, he's just throwing on the accent, who knows. But yeah, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you know him? Are you subscribed to him already? If you're not, go over there and give him a sub. Let me know what you think in the comments. Remember to leave a like if you enjoyed my commentary on the video, and remember to subscribe to my channel. I really appreciate you guys if you do that. And of course, go and check out my reaction channel. I react to trailers, movies, I play games over there, I watch movies over there. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, watch my videos, and subscribe over there. And of course, check out my channel with the family. We play games over there, we watch movies, we react to videos over there as a family. Please go over there, give us a like, comment, and subscribe. Guys, I'll see you on the next one. This one is a major one, and I have seen this one over and over again. Touchy-feely with other girls. Oh my God, how many relationships I have seen broken up over this. Boys. Lads, guys, you must have boundaries. I know people who were raised in a way where they were just not given this cue. There's a cue that you're given from ladies or even men in your life that basically says boundaries. Don't do that. And this ties into a lot of the things that the feminists or the current woke movement talks about when it talks about toxic masculinity. This specific behavior is one of the ones that I do agree with them about. Because there are men who just don't know boundaries. And, you know, in this case, I'm not even talking about the ones that just go overboard and just ignore all signals. I'm talking about guys who just have girlfriends, and those girlfriends, they just touchy feel, they're just all over them. If you have a guy or you're seeing a guy that's like this, major red flag, because this is how he's going to be throughout your marriage. It is what it is, and I have seen it, I'm telling you now. You've had men who have, throughout the relationship with the girl, they've been just, and the girl just goes, that's just how he is. That's the excuse she gives. Well, he loves me, but that's just how he is. They get married, he still does the same thing. And lo and behold, everybody saw it coming, he's cheating. And he's been doing it before they got married. So be mindful. A real man draws boundaries. A real man is protective of his lady. A real man knows his limit, and he knows not to disrespect his lady. And he knows when such behavior are disrespectful. A lot of times men that do this tend to have their women on a leash. I wanted to say unlock, but I like that word. I feel like the unlock word is quite positive when a man is just so amazing and he's got his girl on lock, like she's not going nowhere. These men are controlling. Like, they have full control over their ladies, and in fact they borderline on abusive. These are the type of men that I know, in my personal opinion, that tend to be touchy-feely with other girls, sometimes even do it in front of their ladies, and they don't care. They think it's fine. They think it's normal behavior. It is not normal behavior to be in a relationship and you're touchy-feely with another woman. No. No. In fact, when you're in a relationship, your hugs change. The way you hug ladies change. It has to. It does. Everything changes because now you have this one person you profess your love to. So everything about how you interact with other girls change. I'm not saying you're going to become weird, right? But there's a limit to how you relate to other ladies, and people will know that you're in a relationship. But when you're still out there in the dating market, it is what it is. But there is a need to draw boundaries, and if your guy is unable to do that, that is a red flag. Anyway, guys, please let me know what you think about these red flags. Let me know in the comments below whether or not you've come across any of these red flags and how it affected either you or the person that you know, your friends, your family. Remember to leave a like on the video. Remember to subscribe. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'd really appreciate it if you could give me a sub today. And also, guys, before you go, please check out my reaction channel. I'm still currently watching the Daredevil series, so please go over there, check out my reaction to the full episodes and my reviews. Also, check out my channel with my kids. We do some reactions, trailer reaction and gaming on a Sunday afternoon. Watch movies together and we do reactions over there. Please go over there, give us a like, comment and sub. I'll see you guys on my next video. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, you already know what it is. Before I get into today's video, please remember to leave a like, comment and hit that subscribe button, guys. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. This year, 2025, we're almost there. I'm just about hitting 600 subscribers. I'd really appreciate you guys getting me to that 1,000 subscriber mark so that I can become a YouTube partner. Without further ado, guys, let's check out today's video.
Are you a feminist?
No, I've never been one.
What is a feminist?
Feminist is someone that fights for women's rights, equality, and yeah, basically for women.
That's correct.
And you are not that.
I am not that. And that's because I don't see it surface level.
To be fair, I have noticed this. It's not every woman that sees themselves as a feminist, just as I argue on this channel, which is what makes feminism look really bad. As soon as a woman disagrees with them, they're not realizing that fighting against that choice is going against the original idea of feminism, which is the ability to choose. So they should get to choose the feminist route, but they should also get to choose the route that you may not want them to choose, if that makes sense.
Or if you ask a girl on TikTok what's a feminist, she'll tell you what I told you. But me, I know that it's deeper than that. So that's why I'm like, don't identify with it.
Okay.
And also because of the way they go about the whole...
I think that's the main issue.
Women. The way that you're going about it, it's already a zero for me. So the title is not enough. Just because you said you're for women and you're fighting for the equality rights of women is not enough for me to take it on. What makes me take it on is how you go about that, trying to bring equality, etc., etc., etc.
What is the deeper understanding of you and feminism and why you don't support it?
Okay, so in the beginning, I was always very sketchy about feminism because I was like, okay, I hear what they're saying, like, okay, voting, what, men didn't allow us, what.
Damn,
like,
what? Hey, this is
yes. And I was like, okay, I see where you guys are coming from. But yeah, there was still not enough for me to be like, you know, I'm taking on that because I saw in the way that they went about it. So when I did research on feminism, because I was like, okay, I'm very unsettled with this feminism thing. Let me get deep into it. Let me not just be satisfied with we are equals for women, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So when I deep dived into it, I got to ask questions about like, okay, so the history says that women were not allowed to vote. Why was that? Like I said, if you go to Google and you're like, why were women not allowed to vote? It's going to say, they said they're stupid,
they were stupid.
And they're very emotional, so no. But if you go deeper and you go into the books, you will actually learn that, for example, the reason why women were not allowed to vote is because men were the heads of the house. So they voted on behalf of their households.
Almost like voting on behalf of your kids.
We already know that.
Kids can't vote.
Oh, okay. She's
So
saying
women
that.
had-
She's saying that women did have right, but through their husband. That's basically still making the point of feminists because they wanted women to be independent, if that makes sense. So having the man vote on behalf of the family still goes against that. So I get what she's saying, which is true. That's how it used to be. But what it meant was that women were not more involved in society as they are now. So I'm interested to see where she goes with this.
much influence in what their husbands voted for. So it was just like, out of all the families, one man.
To represent, almost like our politicians now.
Yes.
It's like, don't you sit in parliament? Is it because we're stupid? No, it's because
Exactly.
we have representatives.
Yes, we've got one person representing us and what we're believing in, etc. The other reason was that women were more into, like, they were voting more municipal and local thing, yes, because they were in charge of the schools, the hospitals, the shops and whatnot, because women were more nurturers and whatnot. Those are the roles that they played. So anything with children, education, teaching, they were there. So they had the power there. Government at the time was force meaning war, anything that had to do with violence. And because women are not, you're not going to war, you're not going to fight for the country, so why must you vote? Do you understand? So it was like, you still have influence in other areas, just not this one, because it's like saying someone in the receptionist must have a say in the finance department in a company. Why? You're not even here. Like, you're not even
She's sounding like Pearl Davis.
Please continue.
Sorry, I'm just making an example.
I get what she's saying.
Yeah, so even if it was a man, let's say whoever in that department, you can't have a say in finance because you don't know anything about finance. You're not in that department, you see. Another reason
I get what she's saying, but what she's saying is what feminism
there was a
for.
lot of women that were against women voting because they saw it as if women start voting, then it's going to progress and more things and more, which is going to lead to things like the women were saying at that time that if we make men and women equal sexes, and I say sexes specifically because body, I'm talking about biology. If we're saying you and me are equal, it means that chivalry will die. What is chivalry? Politeness towards women, men being polite to women.
Protecting women.
She's a woman, she can't pick up this heavy thing. I need to help her. Because now I'm saying,
which is what's happening right now.
Chivalry exactly. So those are the things that contributed to gender-based violence because men don't.
That contributed to
things like gender-based violence.
Damn! Did we just go there?
Yes.
No, please continue.
They were scared that things will, because if there's no chivalry, if there's no politeness towards women, it means that it's easy for you to be violent to a woman because you no longer see her as this weak, small, tiny thing that you need to protect.
That's true, but I don't
it was
think
very mandatory that men needed to protect women,
that,
etc., etc.
So what she just said, as nice as it sounds, violence against women was still taking place during those times before feminism was fighting for them. In fact, domestic violence has always been a thing. So I don't think that point is valid personally, because even when women were to be protected, we still had men who beat the women. Like that was a thing way back when. So, and also all the things she's mentioned, even though it sounds really good, and yes, some of the repercussions of feminism is happening, the point is that the things she's mentioning are the things that feminism fought against, right? The ability to vote, the ability to have a voice, the ability to speak, the ability to be part of society, not just in the teaching, nurturing, whatever, but also to be part of society in other ways. Those are the things that feminism fought for.
So that's why women of those times didn't want that. So I believe that we are equal, but we're just not equal in the same way. You have your strengths, I have my weaknesses, I have my strengths, you have your weaknesses. Do you understand? So we're equal, as in we're equally as important, but we're just not going to say the equality is not going to look the same. It's just not going to look the same, and that is okay, you see. So those are the reasons that they gave. And I was like, these things, they make sense. And even the 72 years, it took 72 years for them to actually accept women into voting. And it also goes back to race again. When they were allowed to vote, it was only white women.
Sure.
Black women were not there. If it was feminism and about women, why wasn't it just all women? And also at that time, black men were not allowed to vote because they were slaves. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So they knew that, okay, if we say women must vote, you must also go and fetch the black man there.
That means
and say that
feminism
he's
was
allowed to vote as
started
well.
by
And also another reason was
white
that people that
people.
own properties were the ones that voted. Men were the ones that own properties. They're the head of the house. They're the ones that paid the bills. You understand? So things like that, you don't own property, that's why you don't vote. You see things like that. So it was like, there's a lot of things that made sense. And I read those books and I watched a lot of...
Documentaries?
Documentaries, yes, of women talking about this feminism thing, and that there was even a time that they had to overrule, because a lot of women were so against this thing. They had to overrule it because the women are like, these ones, they're too comfortable. They're in their houses enjoying their husbands doing everything. They're just taking care of kids. We need to overrule them. And I could go deeper into things like why they wanted women to come and work as well. And that's an elite thing. The elitists of those times, they needed more people to work because men were dying in wars. You know, things like that. But I just went deep into it and I realized that that's why we're so unhappy today. That's why there's a lot of women who are like, oh, I want to be a stay-at-home wife. And that's because we were never necessarily supposed to be doing this. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing that we get to work, but originally we were never supposed to be living like this. And that's why a lot of women are trying to go back in time and be like, oh, I want to be a stay-at-home girlfriend. Now you're making things up.
Girlfriend allowance.
Girlfriend allowance, which was something that your husband would have done for you because he would have came home, here's the money, I come from working. Now you have to make things up because you wish that you would go to a time where you didn't need to do this thing. Why? Because naturally you're not necessarily supposed to be doing these things.
That was very interesting. A lot of the things that she said, I think, were wrong. However, she was basically just saying what happened back then. But she's not saying it in a way where she's like thankful or happy that feminism happened, because I think most people agree that first wave, like the inception, the first or probably the second wave as well, was very positive in terms of getting women out of the place that she's painted, which is not having a voice, not being able to vote, not being part of society, that kind of stuff, only being stuck doing nurturing and all that stuff. I think most people agree that having women have the ability to not just vote but work and be part of society, all that stuff, is good. I was expecting her to go towards why she felt it was bad, and I thought she would mention a lot more detail, but all she said was that women are not happy now, which is true. TikTok is filled with women crying, saying they don't want to work, crying, saying they don't want to go to work, they don't want to whatever, they want to be housewives. But it's also filled with women who are happy that feminism happened. They don't need no man, they hate men. The point is, feminism fought for the right that she has to speak and say these things. The only thing that makes feminism negative is that I'm sure feminism would fight her for what she just said. And this is the thing, this is the idea, right? The idea is that you fought for the right to do this, so people should have the right to choose. But unfortunately, because we're man, as soon as someone disagrees with you, we go against them. It's an endless cycle, just like the politics that's going on in America right now. When Biden was in office, the left were happy, the right were not, and everybody's fighting each other. Now Donald Trump is in the office, the right are happy, the left are not, and everybody's still against each other. There's no middle ground. There's no, you may not agree with going to work and doing all of that, but we fought so that you can choose to do that. We didn't want you to be forced to be a housewife, but you can now choose to be a housewife as opposed to working and so on and so forth. So I get what she's trying to say, only because I've been in the space. I've been in the relationship space for so long. I understand what she's referring to, but I don't think she explained herself. I bet you anything that the feminists went after her in the comments. Like, they would flame her in the comments. I'm 100% sure. I don't even need to check it. I'm sure that she will get flamed. Guys, what do you think of this video? What do you think about her take? I think her take was innocent. I get what she's trying to say. I get where she was going, but she's not being nuanced, right? As much as I hate modern feminism, and I'm going to speak against that as much as I can, I do think we should protect original feminism, which was literally the right to work. That's the difference to me. Original feminism was the right for women to vote and be part of society and work and own property and all that stuff. And modern feminism is basically just hate all men. That's my opinion. That's what it is. That's the difference. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. If you agree with me, leave a like on the video, comment, and subscribe. Guys, before I go, please check out my reaction channel. I'll put it on the screen right now. Please go over there and give me a like, comment, and watch my videos over there and subscribe. And also, please check out my channel with my kids. We do reactions on movies, trailers, gaming, and all sorts over there. Please go over there, give us a like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you guys on my next one. Anger. Right. So this is one of the most important ones, right? Pressure is a fact of life. Life will put some pressure on you. Situations will come against you. God says that we will enter trials in different seasons of our lives. God says that things are going to get hard sometimes, but he's going to be with you. One of the most important red flags to look out for is anger. How does the person react in difficult situation? How does the person react when they are angry? Remember, anger in itself is not a sin. You are allowed to be angry. You are allowed to feel that emotion. What God asks us to look out for is how do you react or respond when you are angry. So this is a major one. I've seen young people deal with a young man who, when they get angry, they start shouting at her. Or I've seen a young lady deal with a young man where the young man starts getting really, really aggressive. When they're angry, the young lady has done something wrong or they've not done something that they were asked to do, which is a completely different issue. You see the young man put his hand on the wall while the young lady is right there in his face and he's screaming at her. And in my head, I'm like, we know what's going to come next. Of course, that situation gets dealt with because people intervene, but you know what's going to come next. Anger is one of the most important aspects or red flag that you must look out for, even for yourself as the person who is trying to be found or to get married to a wonderful guy. You also must understand the power of anger, especially when, say, maybe he's the one that is the good one when it comes to anger and you're not. You must understand how important it is to control that emotion, because when you get married, your emotions get 10 times worse. Your emotions get 10 times worse because this is the person you love, but it's also the person that can hurt you the most easier, the person that can get under your skin the most, the person that can do things to you that you will take personally easily compared to if somebody else did it. So those emotions get worse easy. So how does he react? You know, watch him when you go out, watch him when you go on dates, watch him when he's having conversation, watch him when he gets upset, watch him when something happens that he can't control. How does he react? It is very important. If he's calm, if he's collected, if he's solution oriented, perfect. For me, you know, even if I get angry, I'm already thinking, okay, I can't control this situation. It's happened. What are you gonna do, cry? No. What do we do about it? Let's go. Let's get it sorted. That's me. That's how I was raised. That's how, you know, especially when you have men in your lives. Men don't let. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Before I go into the red flags, please remember to leave me a like, leave me a comment, and subscribe to my channel. I'd really appreciate your sub today. I'm trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark this year so that I can become a YouTube partner. I'd appreciate your sub today. Please hit that subscribe button, leave me a like, leave me a comment if you enjoyed the video. Handling money. Right, so this one is a little bit more complicated. It's not as easily seen or known at the beginning, especially if chivalry is not dead in your relationship. So if you've got a guy who's the one paying for the dates, paying for, you know, all sorts, you wouldn't really notice this. But this is the type of red flag you'll probably notice once you're in a relationship fully and you've been doing things together. You've gone a little bit more intimate in discussions around your life and what you would want. Money is a massive, massive issue. Statistically, it is the #1 thing that splits up any marriage. So it is important to understand how money is going to work in your relationship from the get-go. Depending on the dynamic of your relationship, you know, one person could be the one who is struggling financially while the other is doing well. Normally it's the guy and the girl comes in with nothing and the guy doesn't really care because, you know, he's not looking for her money. He more likes her and wants to enjoy her company. But in the day and age that we're in now, we have ladies who sometimes do much better than men, and the man comes in, you know, maybe he has a career already, but he's not making as much as the lady. You guys really need to discuss how this is going to work. And this discussion is normally left till you're serious. There has to have been some declaration as to where you're going with your relationship. If you're still at the beginning, if you're still dating and having fun, this discussion is not going to come up, but you can have an idea. You will already have an idea who's the money person in your relationship, just based on how you spending habits. When you go out, does the person spend a lot on useless thing. And I say useless thing loosely. Some people know how to really count their pennies, and some people just, when they go out, their wallets are just open for everything. They're going to buy drinks, they're going to buy this. And normally you would always have somebody who is more the penny pincher, the person who's been like, wait, you bought a Coke here and you bought another Coke and then you bought another Coke. Why don't we just buy a bunch of Coke at home for cheaper, and then you take it from home to work rather than you buying this expensive Coke? There's always going to be somebody in that relationship who's going to be like, you're wasting money that way, let's do it this way. Essentially what will happen when you get married is that I would say whoever's the penny pincher should be the one in charge of money, because normally they are able to keep money but also, you know, able to know how to spend it properly or wisely. I say all that to say, money is one of the biggest red flags. If you're in early dating, I would look for things like stinginess. I would look for things like, there's penny pinching and then there's stingy. The stingy person will not give you anything for nothing. Even if you are on a date, even if you are somebody they like, they don't give anything for nothing. That's an important one that you can see early in your dates, early in your relationship, how they treat money. Is money that important? Do they hug money? Do they just be mindful how you're gonna manage that? Remember to leave a like on the video. Remember to subscribe. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'd really appreciate it. And also, guys, before you go, please check out my reaction channel. I'm still currently watching the Daredevil series, so please go over there, check out my reaction to the full episodes and my reviews. Also check out my channel with my kids. We do some reactions, trailer reaction and gaming on a Sunday afternoon. Watch movies together and we do reactions over there. Please go over there, give us a like, comment, and sub. I'll see you guys on my next video.
All right, ladies, let's talk about why men do not court anymore.
Okay.
Let's go. The reality is that modern feminism in a lot of ways had us as women take a gamble, and we lost. We took the bait that being sexually promiscuous and having no standards and no self-respect was cool and in.
Yeah.
We decided that we would give men access to our bodies and our time and our energy without them having to put in any effort. We have allowed men to do the bare minimum for so long, and we still give them benefits that they don't deserve.
Completely agree.
Now men are following suit, and we are confused as to why this is happening. It's okay to want a man to lead and support you, but you have to understand that we collectively as women set the tone. So if the tone of the dating market is that all women are easy now and that men can pretty much get whatever they want and do whatever they want and still get access to us, then that's what the majority of men are going to do. There are plenty of men who are good men who love women and respect women and honor women, but even
they don't
those
give them the
men,
chance.
if they are single and there are women out there that are throwing it at them, they're gonna catch it. So just ask yourself, what kind of woman are you? And are you contributing to the problem? Are you the kind of woman who is allowing men to be low vibrational and contributing to this idea that all women have low standards and that men can do the bare minimum and get away with it? Or are you a woman who's leading by example and challenging other women around you to do the same by operating from a place of self-dignity, self-respect, values, standards, strong boundaries, a woman who knows her worth? Before we start whining and complaining about what they aren't doing, let's take a look at what it is that we are doing.
I agree with most of that. Guys, you heard me say these buzzwords. Low vibration, high frequency. Oh God, they get on my nerves. The dating market has created so many buzzwords. Guys, I've said in some of my previous videos that people are just making dating complicated. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. I do agree that the dating market has changed. And one of the reasons which is brought up is the gamble of feminism versus men, turning feminism from the empowerment of women to the hatred of men. To be more specific, in my opinion, was the problem. But she's absolutely right. Apart from that, the second to that is what she's mentioned, which is that not only did you turn feminism from empowering women to the hatred of men, the empowerment of women was to make women, what's the word now? Promiscuous. Not realizing that being promiscuous just gives the power to men. A man had to, even if he didn't mean well, even if he wasn't, you know, brought up in a family or home that told him that he needed to get married. He still needed to work to get a woman that he likes. But now, he don't need to do nothing because women are promiscuous. Everybody's going out doing the same thing when women are trying to be like men. Women are trying to say they can. The problem we have, and I really have to talk about the church here, is that especially boys in church don't tend to want the girls that are in church. It is what it is. They tend to want the girls that are outside. I don't know what it is, but in terms of the okay, let me qualify that. I would say the modern boy, the boys of this time that I know, that I've seen, not just in one church, multiple churches. I've seen it like from the age of 17 all the way up. They don't look at the girls that are within their walls or within the walls of the church. When I say walls, I don't mean just one church. Young people tend to move around churches and they mingle and they have friends outside of their church and stuff like that. They never look inward in the church. They want out, and when I say outside, I'm not talking about just having another Christian girl over there in another place. No, I'm talking about an unbeliever or a girl who it's clear she's not a Christian. She may say it, but it's clear she's not. That's the problem. And as a result, they go for those people, and I've seen it multiple times. They get their heart broken, they become red pill, and then it's a cycle. Anyway, that's my opinion. I think she. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my videos. 2025, I want to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark so I can become monetized as a YouTube partner. I'd really appreciate your sub today. Remember to leave a like and comment and let me know if you agree or disagree with today's video. Let's get it.
All right, ladies, let's talk about why men do not court anymore.
Okay.
Let's go. The reality is that modern feminism in a lot of ways had us as women take a gamble and we lost. We took the bait that being sexually promiscuous and having no standards and no self-respect was cool and in.
Yeah.
We decided that we would give men access to our bodies and our time and our energy without them having to put in any effort. We have allowed men to do the bare minimum for so long, and we still give them benefits that they don't deserve.
Completely agree.
Now men are following suit, and we are confused as to why this is happening. It's okay to want a man to lead and support you, but you have to understand that we collectively as women set the tone. So if the tone of the dating market is that all women are easy now and that men can pretty much get whatever they want and do whatever they want and still get access to us, then that's what the majority of men are going to do. There are plenty of men who are good men who love women and respect women and honor women. But even
they don't give them the
men,
chance.
If they are single and there are women out there that are throwing it at them, they're going to catch it. So just ask yourself, what kind of woman are you? And are you contributing to the problem? Are you the kind of woman who is allowing men to be low vibrational and contributing to this idea that all women have low standards and that men can do the bare minimum and get away with it? Or are you a woman who's leading by example and challenging other women around you to do the same by operating from a place of self-dignity, self-respect, values, standards, strong boundaries, a woman who knows her worth? Before we start whining and complaining about what they aren't doing, let's take a look at what it is that we are doing.
I agree with most of that. Guys, you heard me say these buzzwords. Low vibration, high frequency. Oh, God. They get on my nerves. The dating market has created so many buzzwords. Guys, I've said in some of my previous videos that people are just making dating complicated. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. I do agree that the dating market has changed. And one of the reasons which is brought up is the gamble of feminism versus men, turning feminism from the empowerment of women to the hatred of men. To be more specific, in my opinion, was the problem. But she's absolutely right. Apart from that, the second to that is what she's mentioned, which is that not only did you turn feminism from empowering women to the hatred of men, the empowerment of women was to make women, what's the word now? Promiscuous. Not realizing that being promiscuous just gives the power to men. A man had to, even if he didn't mean well, even if he wasn't, brought up in a family or a home that told him that he needed to get married, he still needed to work to get a woman that he likes. But now, you don't need to do nothing because women are promiscuous. Everybody's going out doing the same thing when women are trying to be like men. Women are trying to say they can have sex with as many people as they want, just like men. They can do all of that stuff just like men. In trying to one-up men, don't realize you're giving the power to men, especially the waste men, right? Because they don't have to work hard now. They can just dial and go out and that's it, done. So I agree with her on that, in terms of that being the gamble, that women thought that they could rise up in this specific area, in the sexual market, and be equal to men. But they don't realize that men actually win because they get to have all the sex with you. It is what it is. And one of the negative things about that is that more women get used and abused, meaning the good men, or the men who are looking for something more meaningful, become more quiet. No matter how you look at it, ladies, men who want good women, men who want to start a family, have a standard, just like you have your standard, just like you have your prerequisite of the man that should approach you. That man has a standard too. Like, I remember for myself, before I even got into the dating market, I was already like, I want my wife to be a virgin. This was me before I knew what sex was like, before I knew, I had never had sex. I was a virgin myself. I had always said to myself, my wife had to be a virgin. My wife had to have certain traits, right? I had said to myself what I was going to do to get that woman. So can you imagine lots of men like me who decided that they needed to have their women in a certain way, and then the majority of the market are women who are basically doing casual sex with random people, and then you think you're going to bring that to that good man and say, well, it don't matter about body count. Nah. That's not how it works, basically. So those men become more quiet because the market is so rowdy. They like peace, so they stay over there. That's my opinion. I know for a fact that if I was still in the dating market, I wouldn't say that I would stay away, but I would be very specific in what I want, and I definitely would not give any time of day to certain type of women. I would not. And in this day and age, ladies and men, literally everyone really, your CV is online. And when I say CV, I mean your Instagram, your social media network. Like, everything about you that you put out there is so important. And if people want to know about you, they could just search you up. And yeah, men will search you up, and let's see what type of woman she is. Women will do the same to men too. But yeah, personally, I wouldn't give certain types of women, casual sex women, the people who want to be equal to men, that kind of, I wouldn't. If I was still in the dating market, I would be very specific, and I know for a fact that the specific type of woman that I would want if I was single are out there, and I know where to find them. I do. This is why I'm a lot more strict on boys, on men, because I believe if a man is intentional and knows what he wants and has his head screwed on, he can get somebody without having to do all this long thing. He can know exactly where that type of girl that he wants exists. The problem we have, and I really have to talk about the church here, is that especially boys in church don't tend to want the girls that are in church. It is what it is. They tend to want the girls that are outside. I don't know what it is, but in terms of the okay, let me qualify that. I would say the modern boy, the boys of this time that I know, that I've seen, not just in one church, multiple churches. I've seen it, like from the age of 17 all the way up. They don't look at the girls that are within their walls or within the walls of the church. When I say walls, I don't mean just one church. Young people tend to move around churches and they mingle and they have friends outside of their church and stuff like that. They never look inward in the church. They want out, and when I say outside, I'm not talking about just having another Christian girl over there in another place. No, I'm talking about an unbeliever or a girl who it's clear she's not a Christian. She may say it, but it's clear she's not. That's the problem. And as a result, they go for those people, and I've seen it multiple times. They get their heart broken, they become red pill, and then it's a cycle. Anyway, that's my opinion. I think she's right on the basis of the gamble. The women who gambled would definitely not be looked for by the type of men that they want, if that makes sense. Anyway, guys, let me know whether you agree with me in the comments below. Remember to subscribe to my channel, and remember to check out my reaction channel where I react to movies, trailers, and all of the shenanigans over there. Go over there, give me a like, comment, and sub, and check out my channel with my family. I react to videos and trailers and movies with my kids. Give us a watch, give us a like, and sub. Guys, I'll see you in the next one.
I froze my eggs at 36. I did it at an extremely reputable place. I had a
36.
good result. And the
Okay.
fertility doctor was like, you're good. And so I just kind of thought I had time. And I thought that I could put my life together. Ideally wanted to meet someone who I felt was going to be a good parent. And I did that at 40. Around 41,
wow.
we decided to fertilize the eggs.
Oh, she found
and none
someone.
of them
Okay.
worked. You know, I think this
Damn.
is an important conversation in itself, how much clinics are overselling the egg freezing success. And now we're starting to see results. This is not to suggest people shouldn't do it. It's
Okay.
just to make sure that you're doing your own research. You know, then I went to get my fertility measures checked, which I think everyone should do over the age of even 30. My
Okay.
fertility was dismal. And the doctors
Oh, wow.
said, we'll try a round. You should look at donor egg or adoption. And so we did a round, didn't get much. And then he said, you know, let's start to go in a different direction. And I was like thinking to myself, if I had only tried once at everything that was important to me, right? Like, I would have done nothing.
Oh,
right?
God,
And
I can see
this
the
was
pain in her
maybe the
face.
most important thing. I froze my eggs at 36.
All right, guys. So this is one of the reasons why I started my channel. A lot of these things out there, which are lies, have been presented as the truth. And my aim is to kind of make sure that, especially our young Christians, don't follow or go into these things thinking that, you know, it's another way of, because even feminism, or modern feminism to be specific, has snuck into the church, where young female Christians are thinking that they have time. They're thinking that they don't have to pursue relationship. They can wait till they've traveled. I've never understood that whole traveling thing, because in my opinion, you can travel with your husband, you can travel with your wife, but it just seems like young Christian all of a sudden is like, oh, I want to see the world and I want to do this. And they're not doing it because it's fun. They're doing it, and I remember this very specifically. Maybe it's different for you if you're watching, but I remember specifically, and I think this is mothers' fault. There's some of the mothers of back in that time who were telling their daughters, oh, I wish I had traveled, I wish I had done this. Or the daughters were looking at their parents' marriages, seeing that their parent hadn't really done anything with their life. And they were like, nah, their parents were trapped or whatever. So they were basically thinking that they would go and do all these things first and then come back and do marriage, or marriage was a trap. Or maybe the girl saw her parents' marriage was toxic and she was like, nah, I don't want it. Either way, it was for the wrong reasons. And this is how we got here. And young Christians, we're now doing these things where they're like, oh, I don't want to get married. I don't want to get married. Then they get to like 25. Okay, I do want to get married, but I want to travel. Then they get to like 29, 30, and they're like, okay, no boy is interested in me.
Quick question, yo. Which one of your parents are most likely to cheat first?
Oh, good question.
My father hurt me because of drugs. He hurt legit.
Why does he sound like that?
My dad.
Why you say that?
He be with girls every single day.
Damn.
My mom doesn't know.
Oh, wow.
It's like he got like 5 girls at home right now, probably.
Whoa.
Why you say that?
Happened before?
Huh?
Happened before?
How did it happen?
I don't know. I was 8.
What was that?
My dad. Hell yeah. My dad.
This is sad. This is sad. And they're laughing about it. That's crazy.
Why you say your pop?
I don't know. He just be chilling. You feel me? And my mom, she kind of a housewoman. So she don't like going out too much.
None of them, because they married.
Okay, we got one.
If you really,
You being innocent, or you staying out of this? Like, which?
Oh.
I'm being innocent.
Oh.
Why you say that?
Yeah, dude. He a cheater.
So Mom Duke's just innocent.
Yeah, all she do is sleep. She don't be outside.
That's crazy.
Ooh, my mom!
I'm watching this, and it makes me sad. But then I thought to myself, I've spoken about this before. Basically, guys, I'm quite sure that I could go around and speak to another group of young people who will say the opposite of this. In fact, I spoke to my own children. I think we were watching a movie or something, and something came up around the integrity of a man in the movie or whatever it is we were watching. And I paused the video and I asked my children, if I was in this position, as your father, what would you think I would do and why would you think that? And essentially they said, based on what we've seen of you, based on what we know of you, right? And my kids are at that age now that where we can talk about anything and everything now, which I talk about this every time. You have to know when your kids are no longer kids, and they're now at that point where you need to start pushing them into life. And they were like, yeah, based on what we've seen of you, we know you would never do this. Like, they confidently said it. They were not even like being forced or nothing. They just confidently said, yeah, we know you would never do this. And this brings me to this video here. And I didn't know this video was going to go the way it went. But your children are watching you. One of them said he was 8 years old and he knew his dad had cheated. That's crazy. Your children are watching you. And it's important that you know that even when you're doing things that you believe you're not being watched, or you're alone, or you're away, or you're doing stuff, like, they are watching everything, every muscle movement, every facial expression, how you deal with your spouse, as you know, as your wife, your lady. They're watching everything you do. And this is what truly sends them a message. It's not the fact that you say yes or no. It's not the fact that you say this is wrong or right. What determines what's wrong or right for your children is you and what you do rather than what you say. And this should be a no-brainer, really. Everyone should know this by now. This video was sad. I know it might have been created to get some laugh. I saw in one of the comments, they're like, even the boy is as tired as the mama because they know what he's gonna do. That's crazy. But I do want to say, young ladies, even though a video like this promotes to you, because that's the point of the video, to show you this specific message, I can create a video where young kids like my children can answer this question. And they will say no. They know that their father wouldn't cheat and they know their mother wouldn't cheat. Why do they know that? Because of the character of their parents. The same way I talk about relationships, and I try to make sure you guys are not all doom and gloom, just know that the internet, the news, it's like when you're doing a project at school and they give you a topic and your job is to prove that this topic is true. You're going to go for the data that prove that that topic is true. But if we give you the opposite, you can go find the opposite of that data and you can prove the opposite to be true as well. Yes, we have a climate where men, and it's been like that for years, where men are not faithful. But also there are men who are faithful to their wives. And again, you can have a climate where women are not faithful, the current climate of women, the way they're doing their thing, but also there is a climate that the opposite is also true, that there are women who are good to their men, love their family, and want to create a home. So don't let this fool you. Don't let this be like, oh, see, yeah, I knew it. No, you don't know it. Because one of the amazing things about the human experience, or human beings in general, is how different we are. This is proof in politics. We've been doing politics for years, and we're always going to have opposing sides. It is what it is. We've been doing politics since the beginning of mankind, and mankind still have not been able to agree. That's one of the most amazing things about mankind, because you always get an opposing view. You will always get a difference in opinion. You will always have people who think differently. So in the same vein, you're never going to have everyone good, just like you're never going to have everyone evil. There's always both sides. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Please check out my reaction channel. I do movie reviews over there, trailer reaction, gaming, and all sorts over there. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, and sub. Check out my channel with my kids as well. We do gaming over there. We do movie reviews and all sorts over there. Please go over there, give us a like, give us a subscribe, and check out our videos over there. I'll see you guys on my next video.
You see, the men are different.
The
men are much more
respectful now, because like before you could like you be dancing and then afterwards like, who the heck is this? No, I could be pushing back like he gonna come.
Right? Like I hear doing the most work.
Sir, grab
like,
this wine.
When
No,
he
but
eats, he finna what? They ain't come
but
here
it's
for wine
still-
no more. Like they
But
stand up
even the whole
watching.
touching thing, because I always used to have an SVD and it used to make me so annoyed when you pass people, they gotta touch you.
Yeah, that
especially
too.
the men. Now,
Okay.
Everybody
They
hands
don't
up,
even
yo.
come at all. I was
Nah.
surprised when somebody
Yeah.
come behind me.
Honestly,
it was it was
get
very
shy.
shocking.
I'm kind of confused.
I'm confused as well. Yeah, what the hell?
You don't get
no, because
rushed
now,
anymore.
look, when we used to get touched, it was annoying.
You
but
wanted to get bum
no,
rushed,
but
you
you
don't wanna
go
get bum
in to
rushed.
the complete opposite side. You need a balance. Don't
Yeah.
touch me up disrespectfully.
Right,
But pull up on me. Pull
Okay.
up on me. Just walk.
I'm so confused. I am so confused. She said, back in the day, I used to be so annoyed when a man pulled up on me. Now, oh, they're not coming anymore, but they should. I'm so confused. What is going on? So this, you see the problem, guys. You see the problem. So you can see why men have responded the way they have responded. And I'm in full support because at this moment in time, there is no clear difference between like the really extreme, you know, I don't want to say the word on YouTube, but the really extreme people, P. Diddy, okay? That's the best way I can describe it. And then somebody who is just, you know, trying to get a girl or trying to get into the dating scene. There's no difference. All it takes is one wrong action and you're basically in the same boat as P. Diddy. That's all it takes. This type of confusion is literally why we are where we are now. This is confusion. As a Christian, I don't agree with the scene that they're talking about, which is the clubs, and, you know, which allows people to be promiscuous and doing all of that stuff. But it makes sense that even that scene is being affected by, you know, because guys, look, there's nothing wrong with boys and girls dancing with each other. You know, it just needs to be, we have good dances and we have degenerate dancing. It is what it is. But either way, men and women engage in those acts together, right? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with a man and a woman dancing together. What is wrong is the type of dance you're doing and what type of scene you're in. What does it lead to? Does it lead to one-night stands and all sorts of degeneracy? And I don't think ladies have made up their mind yet where they want to be. Do they want it the way it was, or do they want it the way it is now? Because the way it is now is literally how it should be. If men are all misogynist, patriarchal, the R word, if all men are that. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I really appreciate you guys watching my videos. Please remember to hit that subscribe button and help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. And remember to leave me a like and leave me a comment if you enjoyed the video. Let's check out today's video, guys.
I feel like what you see, the men are different.
They're
The men
nicer,
are much more
respectful now. Because like before, you
Okay.
could like you be dancing, and then after a while,
that
you're like,
bad?
who the heck is this? No, I could be pushing back, like he gonna come.
Right?
Like I hear doing the most work.
Sir, grab
Like,
this wine.
When
No,
he
but
eats, he finna what? They ain't come
but
here
it's
for
still-
wine no more. Like they
But
stand up
even the whole
watching.
touching thing, because I always used to have an SVD and it used to make me so annoyed when you pass people, they gotta touch you.
Yeah, that
especially
too.
the men. Now,
Okay.
Everybody
They
hands
don't
up,
even
yo.
come at all. I was
Nah.
surprised when somebody
Yeah.
come behind me.
honestly,
It was
they
very
get
very
shy.
shocking.
I'm kind of confused.
I'm confused as well. Yeah, what the hell?
You don't get
No, because
rushed
now,
anymore.
look, when we used to get touched, it was annoying.
You
but
wanted to get bum
no,
rushed,
but
you
you
don't wanna
go
get
in
bum rushed.
to the complete opposite side. You need a balance. Don't
Yeah.
touch me up disrespectfully.
Right,
But
right.
pull up on me.
Okay.
Pull up on me. Just walk.
I'm so confused. I am so confused. She said, back in the day, I used to be so annoyed when a man pulled up on me. Now, oh, they're not coming anymore, but they should. I'm so confused. What is going on? So this, you see the problem, guys. You see the problem. So you can see why men have responded the way they have responded. And I'm in full support because at this moment in time, there is no clear difference between like the really extreme, you know, I don't want to say the word on YouTube, but the really extreme people, P. Diddy, okay? That's the best way I can describe it. And then somebody who is just, you know, trying to get a girl or trying to get into the dating scene. There's no difference. All it takes is one wrong action and you're basically in the same boat as P. Diddy. That's all it takes. This type of confusion is literally why we are where we are now. This is confusion. As a Christian, I don't agree with the scene that they're talking about, which is the clubs, and which allows people to be promiscuous and doing all of that stuff. But it makes sense that even that scene has been affected by, because guys, look, there's nothing wrong with boys and girls dancing with each other. It just needs to be, we have good dances and we have degenerate dancing. It is what it is. But either way, men and women engage in those acts together, right? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with a man and a woman dancing together. What is wrong is the type of dance you're doing and what type of scene you're in. What does it lead to? Does it lead to one night stands and all sorts of degeneracy? And I don't think ladies have made up their mind yet where they want to be. Do they want it the way it was, or do they want it the way it is now? Because the way it is now is literally how it should be. If men are all misogynist, patriarchal, the R word, if all men are that, then all men have to respond the same way, correct? And until you unblur that line, this is what's going to continue to happen. Of course, guys, I always tell you guys, in closed community, in churches and all sorts, the dance continues. But in the general world and whatever, this is a big thing. This is a real thing. This is a real thing. Things have changed. And you can see it affecting the clubs. You can see it affecting if you live in the UK, the pubs. You can see it affecting singles events. Like, things have changed now. And the dance have changed. And I don't think women are equipped to play the new dance, which is that, in my opinion, women, since you've made it clear that all men are creeps, it is what it is. You now need to decide which one is not a creep by going up to them yourself and saying, I like you. That's how it is now, unfortunately. So we just watched the video with the ladies talking about men shouldn't pull up on them in the club, but also pull up on them in the club. Your thoughts?
Make up your damn minds already. Look, why should he come and dance behind you and get me too? No way. If I'm a guy, I'm staying far away from all women. I hear guys saying now, oh, especially the married ones, oh, thank God I'm married. I don't have to deal with all of 100%. This. My goodness. 100%. Make up your mind. They're damned if they do. They're damned if they don't. Yeah, exactly. So I'd rather not and have my peace of mind than to just come and innocently dance with a woman, back up on her like they're saying, or pull up on her like they're saying, and then go, oh, he touched me. Oh, he touched me. Yeah. No.
Wait, okay, so what do you think about what they're saying about there being a balance? Back then, don't disrespect them, but also they still want you to come. What do you think they mean by that?
I get what they mean by that, but in women's minds, it is this thing where if they like you, your advances are appreciated. If they don't like you, your advances are annoying and disgusting to them.
So it's based on if you like them or not, nothing else.
Yes, it is based on if they like you, I believe. But then how is the guy supposed to know that you don't like him? He's shooting his shot. And so he shoots his shot. You don't like him, so you call him creepy and all that kind of stuff. And then he shoots his shot. You like him, so then you think, ooh, nice, all of that good stuff. But in this day and age, who's taking that risk? I wouldn't. Nah, dance by yourself, woman. Shake it.
Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you agree with the ladies? If you understand where the ladies are coming from, maybe there's some nuances or some balance that needs to be shared here, do let me know in the comments below. Or do you agree with us, me and the young man in the video, about the confusion and the message this sends to men? Let me know in the comments below. Guys, remember to leave a like, comment, hit that subscribe button, help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark this year. Guys, remember to check out my reaction channel where I react to movies, trailers, and all sorts over there. I'll put it on the screen right now. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, and sub. I appreciate you guys watching my video. I'll see you on my next one. Is he always lying? Oh my goodness, this is such an important one. man has to lie to you, or he seems to be lying, or you just don't have, you always have a feeling that they're hiding something, don't get into a relationship with this person. This is a red flag I don't normally hear gets mentioned, especially, you know, it just seems online. Guys, I'm just talking about online. I know from face-to-face interaction and the people that I know, it's not so. But online, it's like the ladies on there just like chaos. They're like men who just tell them what they want to hear, but don't tell them the truth. They know the man is lying, but they don't care. It's crazy. And then when it gets to the more important things and they realize he's lied about it, then they get upset. But he's been doing it and you liked it. Lying is such an important aspect of your relationship. You need to build trust with this man and you need to take him at his word. One of the scriptures in the Bible talks about a man being trustworthy, honorable. One of the things that the Bible talks about when you want to be a leader, it says that he's trusted by many. He has a good report with other people. That means he's not the kind of person somebody's going to say, oh, him? He lies all the time. Him? You can't trust him. He needs to have a good report. He needs to be a man of his word. You must not stay with a man who lies to your face all the time. Oh, you pick up his phone and you get a reaction. Stop it. Right? Look, there's gonna be times, especially when you're marrying somebody, transparency is the name of the game when it comes to marriage. There is no room for you stay over there, I stay over there, I keep this to myself. I showed you guys a video not too long ago about a lady who was stealing money from her husband. That can break your marriage. There is no room for secrets, because secrets break marriages. You must make sure that the person you end up with is trustworthy. Does he keep to his word? If he says, I want to take you out to this place, does he do that? If he promises you something, does he do it? And even if he doesn't, does he show some level of respect for the thing that he has promised but he wasn't able to do? Also, even if that happens, how many times has that happened? Has he promised you multiple times and multiple times he's not been able to fulfill his word? These things are very, very important. Has he set up something and cancelled last minute? Like, these things are very important. You need to be able to hold your man to his word because he's going to be your leader. And lying is crazy. You can't accept. Look, ladies, don't do this because, like I said, these type of behavior get worse in marriage. Because once they're lying now, it's going to get worse in marriage. It is what it is. Anyway, guys, I hope this one was helpful. Let me know in the comments below if you agree or you disagree. Let me also know in the comments below if you have any other red flag you want me to discuss. Put it in the comments below and I might add it to my next video. Thank you so much for watching my video, guys. Before I go, please check out my reaction channel. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, and subscribe to that channel. Also check out my channel with my kids. We do gaming over there together. We also do reactions. We do trailer reaction. We also do reviews on movies that we've watched together as a family. Remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub on this video. I'll see you guys on my next one. There's a girl in your circle. There's a girl that you like. There's a girl in your phone. There's a girl in your DM. There's a girl closer than you think. If you watch my previous video, I said to the guy that the girl that you like is closer than you think. The girl you're probably going to be with for the rest of your life is closer than you think. Start approaching. Ask your friends. Is there a girl that you think I would, there might be a girl they know about. Get her number, call her, get her DM her. You never know. This is the fishing side of it. This is the hard part. This is the rejection part, which all men need to. If you watch my previous video, it's something that we just have to do as men in terms of looking for the women. It is your job as the man to go out there, whether you use the dating app, whether you use Instagram, TikTok, whatever tool you choose to use, it is your job to go fishing and find the woman of your dreams. So if you've not been approaching, you need to start from today. And if, look, guys, we live in a new day. If the girl says no, it is what it is, right? Maybe you might try one more time. Maybe you might leave it for a bit and try again. But if they said no, move on. And at the end of your conquest, at the end of your mission, you will find somebody. There is somebody out there, guaranteed, that would put up with you. We say put up as in a negative sense, but there's somebody out there who will love your quirks. They will love everything about you, and you just need to find them. It is your job to find them. Men don't let men cry, right? When you have men in your life, especially as a young man, right? For example, with my sons, I don't let them, you can have emotions. It's fine. I feel you. I understand it's painful. I'm going to be right there telling you it's painful, but okay. It's been 5 minutes now. What are you going to do about it? Let's go. What are you going to, you want to stay here? You want to stay here, cry for another 10 minutes? Or do you want to do something about it? That's how men deal with men. Anger. Right. So this is one of the most important ones, right? Pressure is a fact of life. Life will put some pressure on you. Situations will come against you. God says that we will enter trials in different seasons of our lives. God says that things are going to get hard sometimes, but he's going to be with you. One of the most important red flags to look out for is anger. How does the person react in difficult situation? How does the person react when they are angry? Remember, anger in itself is not a sin. You are allowed to be angry. You are allowed to feel that emotion. What God asks us to look out for is how do you react or respond when you are angry. So this is a major one. I've seen young people deal with a young man who, when they get angry, they start shouting at her. Or I've seen a young lady deal with a young man where the young man starts getting really, really aggressive when they're angry. The young lady has done something wrong, or they've not done something that they were asked to do, which is a completely different issue. You see the young man put his hand on the wall while the young lady is right there in his face, and he's screaming at her. And in my head, I'm like, we know what's going to come next. Of course, that situation gets dealt with because people intervene, but you know what's going to come next. Anger is one of the most important aspects or red flag that you must look out for, even for yourself as the person who is trying to be found or to get married to a wonderful guy. You also must understand the power of anger, especially when, say, maybe he's the one that is the good one when it comes to anger and you're not. You must understand how important it is to control that emotion, because when you get married, your emotions get 10 times worse. Your emotions get 10 times worse because this is the person you love, but it's also the person that can hurt you the most, easier, the person that can get under your skin the most, the person that can do things to you that you will take personally easily compared to if somebody else did it. So those emotions get worse easy. So how does he react? You know, watch him when you go out, watch him when you go on dates, watch him when he's having conversation, watch him when he gets upset, watch him when something happens that he can't control. How does he react? It is very important. If he's calm, if he's collected, if he's solution oriented, perfect. For me, you know, even if I get angry, I'm already thinking, okay, I can't control this situation. It's happened. What are you gonna do, cry? No. What do we do about it? Let's go. Let's get it sorted. That's me. That's how I was raised. That's how, you know, especially when you have men in your lives. Men don't let men cry, right? When you have men in your life as a man, especially as a young man, right? For example, with my sons, I don't let them, you can have emotions. It's fine. I feel you. I understand it's painful. I'm going to be right there telling you it's painful, but okay. It's been 5 minutes now. What are you going to do about it? Let's go. What are you going to, you want to stay here? You want to stay here, cry for another 10 minutes? Or do you want to do something about it? That's how men deal with men. Anyway, guys, I hope this one was helpful. Let me know in the comments below if you agree or you disagree. Let me also know in the comments below if you have any other red flags you want me to discuss. Maybe I might not have it on my list already, or maybe I do. Put it in the comments below and I might add it to my next video. Thank you so much for watching my video, guys. Before I go, please check out my reaction channel. I'm currently watching the Daredevil series. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, and subscribe to that channel. Also check out my channel with my kids. We do gaming over there together. We also do reactions. We do trailer reaction. We also do reviews on movies that we've watched together as a family. Please go over there, give us a like, comment, and subscribe. And of course, remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub on this video. I'll see you guys on my next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Before I get into this discussion, please remember to hit that subscribe button. I really appreciate your sub today. I'm trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark so that I can become a YouTube partner this year. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and leave me a comment. So today we're discussing red flags. The reason why I wanted to discuss this topic is because I've been hearing a lot of young people talk about red flags, and a lot of their red flags made no sense to me. These were things that have no bearing on a relationship. It does nothing to check whether or not your marriage will be successful. I'm definitely going to do a video on these other red flags that I've been hearing, red flags that I personally believe are trash and have no bearing. But today we're going to be discussing actual red flags that I think you should look for. So, young Christian, the number one thing you need to look for, and I'm sure you probably heard this before from the old school. This is something that I heard from the old school a lot before I got married, and that is your faith. You must be going in the same direction. It's very difficult to date someone or even get married to someone who you have a difference of faith. It's a different thing to have difference of opinion. It's a different thing to have a difference of thoughts or an intellectual mindset, whatever. Those are different things. But when your faith is different, like even in the Bible, God was particular about his children, right? Christians, basically, getting married to those who were unbelievers. Now, if you're watching this as a non-Christian, unbelievers are basically just seen as what we would call the world, people outside of the faith. It's just the Bible language of that time to identify those who were not Christians. The reason why this is important is because the Bible warns of marriages or relationships where one of the partners leads the heart of the other away from God. In fact, the Bible goes further to say not to marry an unbeliever. It's written there as clear as day. It even gives you guidance on how to deal with, say, let's say you got married as unbelievers and now you're Christians. It gives guidance on how to deal with that. Or you got married as unbelievers and then one person in that marriage becomes a believer. How do they deal with their unbelieving spouse? The Bible is very, very descriptive on how that should be handled. All this to say that the Bible is very clear about the dangers of marrying or getting into a relationship with people who are outside your faith. It does cause major. In fact, in my time as a young person, I've seen marriages break up over that. I've actually seen a scenario where two people got married as unbelievers. One got saved and became a Christian, the other didn't, and that just caused a whole lot of issues and they ended up separating. I have also seen two unbelievers get married. One becomes a Christian, but he sticks it out. He's very patient with his wife. He's loving. He does everything he should as a man, and eventually he wins her over. She doesn't become saved, but she respected him. But it was hard. You could see the toll that it took on him, especially during the early days. So make sure that the person you choose, ladies, your guy is going to be the one leading the way. I'm treating this video as if you are a Christian young lady and you know exactly what it means to be a wife. He's going to be your head. He's going to lead you, and you need him to be going in the right direction, especially in your direction. So your faith must be the same. If he's not going in the same direction as you, if he does not have the same faith as you, that is a major red flag. I would not start anything with anybody that is not. This might sound controversial, but this is something that not just the Bible says, but it's something that people do. Even in other religions, it's not advisable. Right? So don't let anybody make you feel like somebody telling you this or me saying this is like, oh my God, it's some form of, no, it's not. It's not. I will say though, this specific topic is very interesting because then we get into the territory where people say the person's saved, but they're baby Christian. And it doesn't matter. Guys, it doesn't matter. The point of our walk is that we have no idea how the walk of a person will go. All you know is that as long as they have given their life to Christ and they have started their journey, you are fine. There is no distinction as to, oh, they need to be 30 years Christian or they need to be 5 years Christian. The only thing that then happens after this is you checking their maturity in terms of other red flags, how they deal with certain things, their emotions, their behavior, that kind of stuff. But there is no distinction in the Bible that says, oh, the person needs to have been a Christian for 5 years for them to qualify. No, as long as unequivocally and with a surety, you know for a fact, and the person knows for a fact that they are Christian and they show this through their lifestyle, that's all you need. We know that by the fruits, we will know them. So by the fruits, you will know if the person is a Christian or not. Also, I find, especially again from experience and also from watching other young people, early baby Christians, as we call them, tend to be a lot more zealous than the more longer term. Of course, the longer term Christian, what we've developed is maturity. But the early Christian, the zeal is off the charts. Like they go hard for God. This is the kind of thing that you can use to gauge whether they're true. I say this because people have faked Christianity, but you can't really fake it. You can't fake it. You can fake the language, but you can't fake the lifestyle. Anyway, guys, I will do a part 2 because there's quite a few red flags, but I don't want this video to go longer than it is. So I'm going to do a part 2 on important red flags. I hope this one was helpful. Let me know in the comments below if you agree or you disagree. Let me also know in the comments below if you have any other red flags you want me to discuss. Maybe I might not have it on my list already, or maybe I do. Put it in the comments below and I might add it to my next video. Thank you so much for watching my video, guys. Before I go, please check out my reaction channel. I'm currently watching the Daredevil series. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, and subscribe to that channel. Also check out my channel with my kids. We do gaming over there together on a Sunday afternoon after church. We also do reactions. We do trailer reactions. We also do reviews on movies that we've watched together as a family. Please go over there, give us a like, comment, and subscribe. And of course, remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub on this video. I'll see you guys on my next one.
I famously said 50-50 or bust, right? And I meant that financially, spiritually, emotionally. And there's just a lot of days that I have 10% and I need him to be 90. There's days I don't have shit and I need him to be 100. It's a trauma response. And 50-50 is I'm not going to be vulnerable enough to trust you with 100% of anything. Not my heart, not my cash. And when I started to really address that, and I was like, do you want to pay whole mortgage? I thought I was about to die. I had such anxiety. Like I was crying, I was shaking. And he was like, you insisted on that. He's like, I thought it made you feel better. I'm like, it did. And right now I want to take it back. Now it sounds crazy to be like, you, Mr. NBA superstar who made a bazillion more amount of money than I do, can pay the mortgage, because I hate the feeling of releasing that to someone. And you release that to someone, chaos can happen. And it's brought us closer, because he knows it's not about whether he can afford it. It's being vulnerable enough to be open enough to know that I'm okay. I'm okay as his wife. He's okay as my husband. I'm okay in this family. I'm okay in this home. I deserve it. And so I'm trying to expand my heart, expand all of the notions of what vulnerability can look like.
Isn't that better?
As you evolve, as you lean more into vulnerability, you can also change how you feel about something, and it's okay. Sometimes when we build those walls up for safety or to keep what we think is harm out, we can also keep love out.
Exactly. All right, guys. So the reason why I'm covering this is because I do remember the old video that she did. She did like an interview thing. In the interview, she basically confirmed that her and her husband were doing 50-50, and the internet went crazy. The reason being is that the husband, I think it's Dwayne, can't remember his second name, but he's an NBA player or ex-NBA player. And he was worth like over 200 million or something crazy like that. And she was only worth like 30 million or like between 30 and 50, something like that. She was only worth like a quarter of his income. And the internet went mad because they were like, wait, why are you doing 50-50 when the guy can pay for everything? And she admitted that she just admitted it again, but she said she wanted this. This is what she decided the relationship to be. And it's really funny for her to have come full circle to admit that this was a trauma response. This was her shielding her heart. This was her defending herself. This was her trying to stop something from happening. And the husband went along with it like, well, okay, if that's what makes you happy, then sure. First thing I want to say is that, look, from her point of view, there's no problem with her changing her mind. It's good to change your mind. A lot of times we think a certain way when we're younger, and then when we grow older, sometimes a lot of young people realize why their parents speak a certain way to them. They're like, oh, so this is why
I famously said 50-50 or bust, right? And I meant that financially, spiritually, emotionally. And there's just a lot of days that I have 10% and I need him to be 90. There's days I don't have shit and I need him to be 100. It's a trauma response. And 50-50 is I'm not going to be vulnerable enough to trust you with 100% of anything. Not my heart, not my cash. And when I started to really address that, and I was like, do you want to pay whole mortgage? I thought I was about to die. I had such anxiety. Like I was crying, I was shaking. And he was like, you insisted on that. He's like, I thought it made you feel better. I'm like, it did. And right now I want to take it back. Now it sounds crazy to be like, you, Mr. NBA superstar who made a bazillion more amount of money than I do, can pay the mortgage, because I hate the feeling of releasing that to someone. And you release that to someone, chaos can happen. And it's brought us closer because he knows it's not about whether he can afford it. It's being vulnerable enough to be open enough to know that I'm okay. I'm okay as his wife. He's okay as my husband. I'm okay in this family. I'm okay in this home. I deserve it. And so I'm trying to expand my heart, expand all of the notions of what vulnerability can look like.
Isn't that better?
As you heal, as you evolve, as you lean more into vulnerability, you can also change how you feel about something, and it's okay. Sometimes when we build those walls up for safety or to keep what we think is harm out, we can also keep love out.
Exactly. All right, guys. So the reason why I'm covering this is because I do remember the old video that she did. She did like an interview thing. In the interview, she basically confirmed that her and her husband were doing 50-50, and the internet went crazy. The reason being is that the husband, I think it's Dwayne, can't remember his second name, but he's an NBA player or ex-NBA player. And he was worth like over 200 million or something crazy like that. And she was only worth like 30 million or like between 30 and 50, something like that. She was only worth like a quarter of his income. And the internet went mad because they were like, wait, why are you doing 50-50 when the guy can pay for everything? And she admitted that she just admitted it again, but she said she wanted this. This is what she decided the relationship to be. And it's really funny for her to have come full circle to admit that this was a trauma response. This was her shielding her heart. This was her defending herself. This was her trying to stop something from happening. And the husband went along with it like, well, okay, if that's what makes you happy, then sure. First thing I want to say is that, look, from her point of view, there's no problem with her changing her mind. It's good to change your mind. A lot of times we think a certain way when we're younger, and then when we grow older, sometimes a lot of young people realize why their parents speak a certain way to them. They're like, oh, so this is why my parents said what they said. There's nothing wrong with you changing your mind. This shows growth. This is how people change. This is what happens. And this is an amazing thing in and of itself. The problem here is people like her being on a platform, having influence, coming up with these type of things and people following them. Even though they changed their mind and we applaud her for that, there are people who have taken this thing and ran with it and probably ruined marriages in the process. She's still in her marriage and the husband has been patient enough with all her quirks, right? She's exposed herself saying that she's dealing with trauma, which can cause her to make these type of decisions, which some men don't put up with. But a lot of marriages would have been ruined based on what she said. I'm speaking hypothetically, I don't know that for sure. And young people would have gotten married, and due to the current dating game, the current dating world, maybe people like her talking about 50-50, oh, don't let no man do this, don't let no man do that, would have ran with this and probably ruined their lives. See how dangerous it is? When we have influence, and the type of things that we can do. So young Christian, what can you learn from this? You need to be mindful who you listen to. The current dating world has so many rules. Like, the rules are crazy. Even I can't keep up with a lot of them. And you want to get married, you want to go into marriage, you want to do marriage, and you want it to last forever. And yes, there's been a lot of craziness going on out there around divorce, splitting up and all that stuff. What you cannot do is change the foundation. The foundation of marriage is God. He instituted it. He created it. He made it from the very get-go. If you decide to start adding all these new ways of thinking to your marriage, you are sure to end up like them. You are sure to end up in ruin. The basis of your marriage or any of your relationship should be the biblical way of doing things. Why are you married and you're talking about having separate money? That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me, because even in my days of growing up, I've seen marriages where the man does so well, the woman doesn't have to do anything. Then time happens, time and chance happens. He loses his job and the woman starts to support the family, and they continue as normal. And then the man comes up again and he gets a job again, and then he starts. They don't talk about, this is my money. They don't talk about this. They don't do that. It's literally the family. That's what they talk about. They say the family. And at the point where you decide from a young age, because you're working and you've already planned, like she has, that when you get married, you're going to protect yourself from this man, you're going to protect yourself from this woman. Before you even say I do to a man or a woman, you should already know the type of person you're married. Does he love you? Does he love everything about you? Does he want to make you smile, make you happy? You should know all of that before you say I do. And by the time you say I do, you should not be thinking to yourself, oh, we might get divorced. Oh, we might split up. So let me protect myself. Let me hide money. Let me do this. You're heading for disaster. When you see these type of talking points, these new ways of managing relationships, they don't have anything with the foundation of the Bible. Everything you do about your marriage, everything you do about your relationship must have the foundation of the Bible. Foundation of the husband loving his wife and the woman or the lady submitting to the leadership of her husband, and the children submitting to the leadership of the mother and father. Everything is there for us to read and implement. You can be innovative. You can decide, oh, we're gonna go on a date every Friday, or we're gonna always go to this place, or do this and do this to keep the love fresh. You can do all of that, but your foundation must be the love that you have, the foundation of what the Bible says. I did a video before some time ago where an elderly lady, she was elderly, and she came out and said, oh, she regrets everything that they did and pushed around feminism. The internet went crazy. But when you watch her in her previous life, I say previous life, but when she was younger, she went hard. She went hard on feminism, only to turn around in her, I think she looked 70s, in her 70s, to admit to people that it was wrong. But do you know the amount of people who have run with this, probably due to her specifically, who have just gone hard? It's crazy. The people who are married for real, knew what she was saying when she first made that statement 2 years ago. They knew. They were like, oh yeah, so you don't trust your husband? Cool. Oh, so you can't be vulnerable? Yeah. So you don't want him to have full control over your life? Yeah, we get it. That's why you want to keep control. But isn't it easier? Look how much more easier she looks. How much more less stressed she looked when she said, oh, I just don't want to do it. I just want you to do it. Oh, she looks like she's now able to just fall into her husband's arm and let him handle everything. And how much more easier is it on her having that type of privilege, which is a privilege these days, because now everyone's competing. Husband's competing with the wife is competing with the husband. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video today. What do you think about Gabrielle Union changing her mind around the 50-50 stuff? Is 50-50 still a thing these days? Is this something that you guys are doing? Is this something that young people are doing? Let me know in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Before you go, please check out my reaction channel. I'll put it on the screen right now. Go over there, give me a like, comment, and sub. Also check out my reaction channel with the family. We do trailer reactions, reviews, gaming, and all sorts over there. Please hit that subscribe button when you go over there and watch our videos. I'll see you guys on the next one. Oh, look, it's the guy from Saved by the Bell.
Wow! That worked out.
He said that worked out. Look at the way he's holding her.
This
your interview.
That's his wife right next to him.
This is a wonderful woman.
You guys scored. Your ratings just went up. Maybe mine too, but yours definitely.
He's still holding her tight.
Georgina said I could. Yeah.
Talk about the coolest girl ever.
Ever. Girl power. Oh.
And the smartest man to come back. This is the best,
This is the Oscar moment of all Oscar moments right here. Fabulous.
We're going in with the best
evening.
energy now,
This
man.
is
and the best of
crazy.
luck right here. You look beautiful, Allie.
He's going to do it.
I know. This is going to be awesome.
Either way.
Look at the way she's looking at him. Oh my days.
Thank you for being so fabulous.
Are we really surprised? I really don't have much to say about this because Hollywood people have always just been known for this kind of stuff. I mean, look, the list goes on. We just heard about Will Smith and then all the other Hollywood stars that have cheated, looked outside, divorced, remarried, divorced, remarried. We shouldn't be this surprised. I think the reason why people are making noise about it is because she had the audacity to do it right next to the wife. Initially, when I was watching it, I didn't realize that she was actually his wife. I thought it was like a girlfriend or something, but she's actually his full-on wife. And she did that right in front of him. That is audacity to the maximum. And I know, you know, I've been on the internet. I'm not clueless about this. I know that he did this to Halle Berry like 20 years ago or something, where he came on stage, you know, and then he just kissed her after she was presenting him with an award or something. It's just the audacity of it. One of the reasons why I'm reacting to this video is just to show you guys how much more marriages are being portrayed in a way where they want you to believe that it's not that important. If he can do something like this and divorce rates can skyrocket and people can cheat and people can have, like Will Smith, open marriages, the more they give you this perspective that marriage is not that deep. When I was growing up, it was more about cohabitating or like just living together. You're married, but you're not married. Over the ages, there's always been something that comes up to try and make marriage or diminish the importance of it. If you're a young Christian, pay attention to this guy. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Something just popped into my mind and I just thought I'd get on camera and talk about it. So there's this notion that I was hearing when I was younger, even before I got into a relationship, and that is nobody's doing the virgin thing anymore. There was even a phase where people would say relationships that, especially the men, don't have experience, sexual experience, don't last. Growing up in the church, I was always taught and read in the Bible that virginity was very precious, especially for marriage. Although I was raised to be a virgin for marriage, I noticed a shift at that time, especially when I was like 16, 17, 18, and even through the time when I was dating my wife. I've already told you guys here on the channel that I met my wife when I was 19. Virginity was beginning to become something to be embarrassed about. In fact, it was something to be embarrassed about. I remember being in school, being in college, and girls being afraid to reveal that they were virgins. Boys especially being very afraid to reveal that they had never slept with a girl. It seemed as though it was now the cool thing to not be a virgin. And then now fast forward to now. And I noticed one of the stats that the red pill tried to pull is the fact that there's a male loneliness going on. I have a lot of people that I speak to. I work with young people as well. And majority of the people that I work with are virgins, especially the male, especially in this time, in this day and age where we've been talking about this in this channel, which is that men are not approaching women anymore, or boys are not approaching girls anymore, or the time have changed from when I was growing up where you could approach a young lady on the street or even whistle at them or whatever, because those things have now changed. Those rules of engagement have now changed. Guys, I showed you some videos on this channel of young ladies and young men coming out to say that they're 25, they're 21, they're 30, and they've never had a relationship. That got me thinking today, and I thought to myself, wait a minute, I thought people were no longer virgins. I thought it was impossible to find people who are virgin. Of course, you can argue that this is not by choice, but I would argue that this has always been a thing. You will always find people who keep their virginity until marriage. It literally just popped into my mind just now, because even in my own thinking, I've always, since all these like sexual revolution stuff started, even in my mind, I've always said to myself, it's going to be impossible for a young person to do what I did. I didn't have any sexual adventures. She was my first. My wife also was a virgin. I was her first. And the point of this video is to speak to any young person who is in the same boat, especially in a time where it seems as though it's not cool. I want to let you know that it is cool, and it is God's will that you keep yourself until marriage. It may seem as though you're losing out now. It may seem as though you're the uncool one in the room, the one who's never had this or never had that. But if you trust God, you will find that He will honor you. This is the one thing I love about God. He tells us what He wants us to do. And those who honor Him by doing what He says, even if you have like difficulties or hardship, but you stick to your guns, God will honor you in the end. Shout out to Just Witty. I'll put her name on the screen. I think she's in her mid-30s now, but she's a young lady who has kept her virginity. She even created content around it, and she's been so transparent about the fact that she had not found the person she wanted to be with. Nobody had taken her to a stage where she was going to get married. I've been watching her content for over 5 to 6 years now. To God be the glory. I saw her Instagram the other day, and she just got married. She kept that one really quiet. It's just one of those things that made me just go, wow, thank you, Lord, for honoring this young lady. Now, is virginity everything? Is that the thing that will keep your marriage? Not necessarily. You can keep your virginity, get married to a man who is a virgin, get married and start a family. That's not what keeps your marriage. What keeps your marriage is character, wisdom, and God being the center of everything. While it's not the most important thing, it is an important aspect of what God wants for us. So I just want to encourage the young Christian who is keeping themselves that you're not alone. You're not as alone as you think you are. There are lots of people, like the stats speaks for itself. You know, the red pill are using the stats as a way to own the women, or is it, I don't know whether it's even the feminists who use the stats. Nobody cares, but they're using the stats as a way to own the dating world. But really and truly, all it revealed to me today is that there's a lot of virgins out there. There's a lot of people who are waiting for a relationship, both believer and unbeliever. And for me, it just proved that God's word, regardless of the time, stands. Whether it was the 1980s or 2025, if God says this word is how it's meant to be, that word applies throughout the ages. And God's word says you should be a virgin before marriage. It is what it is, right? You're meant to be pure. You're meant to be pure for your husband. You're meant to be pure for your wife. So young person, if you are at the stage of marriage, keep yourself. If you're in a relationship, keep yourself. If you're, seeing someone, keep yourself. If you haven't even met somebody yet, keep yourself. And if you have messed up already, let today be the day where you start to say, I've messed up, I've lost my virginity, but I'm going to try and do, God is a God of second chances, right? You may not be able to have it as the original, but God is able to meet you where you are. So start from today and decide for yourself. I'm not going to mess around. I'm not going to give it up to anybody. I'm not going to just let a guy that hasn't married me have the goods. From today on, I'm going to be consecrated. Guys, what do you think of what I'm talking about? Is this something you're struggling with? Is this something that you've thought about? Are you one of the people who have been embarrassed about being a virgin? Let me know in the comments below. What do you guys deal with? Let me know. How are you guys finding it? If you're in a relationship, but you're finding it hard. If you're a young person who just wants to know how it should be done, I'd really love to interact with you guys around this topic. Keep yourself. Don't let the society, don't let the times and seasons dictate to you what the word of God has already said you should do. It may be the unpopular thing, but you will find in the end that God will honor you. Guys, look, we're looking at the political climate right now. we're looking at the things that are going on around the world. At one point, some things were unpopular, and in fact, people were being persecuted for them. And now, all of a sudden, those things are popular, and those who were persecuting the other side for certain type of speech are now basically eating grass. So this is how life is. Things change. Today it's not cool, tomorrow is cool. So don't let society dictate to you what God has already written that you should be doing. Anyway, guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. I hope I was clear in what I was saying. This wasn't a planned video, so I just felt it was interesting. Guys, check out my reaction channel. I'll put it on the screen right now. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, and sub. I'm currently watching a Marvel episode, TV show. Please go over there, check out my videos over there. Give me a like, comment, and sub on that channel as well. Check out my other channel with my kids as well. We do gaming over there, reviews, and all sorts over there. Guys, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. I'll see you in the next one. That is audacity to the maximum. Oh look, it's the guy from Saved by the Bell.
Wow! That worked out.
He said that worked out. Look at the way he's holding her. That's his wife right next to him.
This is a wonderful omen.
You guys scored. Your ratings just went up. Maybe mine too, but yours definitely.
He's still holding her tight.
Because Georgina said I could. Yeah.
Talk about the coolest girl ever.
Ever. Girl power. Oh.
And the smartest man to come back. This is the best,
This is the Oscar moment of all Oscar moments right here. Fabulous.
We're going in with the best energy now,
This
man.
is
and the best
crazy.
of luck right here. You look beautiful, Allie.
He's going to do it.
I know. This is going to be awesome.
Either way.
Look at the way she's looking at him. Oh my days.
Thank you for being so fabulous.
Are we really surprised? I really don't have much to say about this because Hollywood people have always just been known for this kind of stuff. I mean, look, the list goes on. We just heard about Will Smith and then all the other Hollywood stars that have cheated, looked outside, divorced, remarried, divorced, remarried. We shouldn't be this surprised. I think the reason why people are making noise about it is because she had the audacity to do it right next to the wife. That is audacity to the maximum. And I know, you know, I've been on the internet. I'm not clueless about this. I know that he did this to Halle Berry like 20 years ago or something, where he came on stage, you know, and then he just kissed her after she was presenting him with an award or something. It's just the audacity of it. One of the reasons why I'm reacting to this video is just to show you guys how much more marriages are being portrayed in a way where they want you to believe that it's not that important. If he can do something like this and divorce rates can skyrocket and people can cheat and people can have, like Will Smith, open marriages, the more they give you this perspective that marriage is not that deep. When I was growing up, it was more about cohabitating or like just living together. You're married, but you're not married. Over the ages, there's always been something that comes up to try and make marriage or diminish the importance of it. If you're a young Christian, pay attention to this kind of stuff because red pill, feminism, and all these other things that you're seeing, they're giving you one message. And the message is don't get married, or marriage is not important, or you don't need to get married. This is the uniform message. And the way they're going to give you that message is to make you hate men if you're a girl, or hate women if you're a guy. And they're going to continue to kind of propagate these types of messages. Hollywood is Hollywood. This is just how they operate. Think about it. This is not even something that I can wrap my head around. If you were in the acting game, you notice that those who are in Hollywood, they have to do sex scenes together. You can have a whole married man or a whole married woman who goes on a set and they have to kiss another whole married man or woman. You can't fathom that, right? You can't think to yourself, my husband can be a Hollywood star and he can go to work and his work for the day is to do a scene over and over again with another woman where he has to kiss her, or worse off, do a sex scene. This is what Hollywood does. So if you already look at them from that lens and you know that, and it's not like they have to just do pretend kiss. They need to convince the viewer who's watching it that they are in a full-on relationship or they're fully married in that movie. So you can imagine the type of psychology that goes on in there. This is one of the reasons why they divorce a lot over there. Like, we talk about divorce in the real world. In Hollywood, it's crazy. They're marrying 10 times. They're married 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. Like, they're just going around each other. It is what it is. Remember that when you're thinking about this. You, as a young Christian, you need to be mindful how you're seeing these messages being depicted to you. As a young Christian, that's telling you when God has said marriage is honorable, when God has said his desire is for you to get married, when God has said a man will grow up from his home, from his mother, he will separate himself from his mother and father, and he will cling to his wife. God has written so many things in the Bible that shows how much he has ordained marriage, and he loves marriage. And he says 2 are better than 1. 1 can put 1,000 to flight, 2 can put 10,000 to flight. Like, God has said so many things in the Bible that helps you to understand how much he has ordained and loves marriage. And then to then give your attention to these type of things that make you think, actually, I don't need to be married. Oh, I can wait. I can put it off. I can forget about this. I can go do something else and come back. Be mindful of these messages. And if you're young, look, guys, Halle Berry is 58 years old and she's not married. That's why she can do stuff like this. She's 58 years old. I know people are going, oh, she looks amazing. Oh, she looks beautiful. She's 58 and she is not married. This is where she is now. Is this where you want to be? And if it is, anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. For me, it's just the audacity and the diminishing of marriages, right? Everybody knows this woman just kissed a married man in front of his wife. Guys, before I go, please check out my reaction channel. I do trailer reactions over there, movie reviews and all sorts over there. Please go over there, give me a like, comment and sub. And if you enjoyed this video, please remember to give me a like, click on that subscribe button and leave me a comment. I'll see you guys on the next one. One of the things that's amazing about God is that he's a God of second chances. You can't change the past, you can't change yesterday, but you can move forward from where you are. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, you've seen the title, you've seen the thumbnail. I just wanted to give some advice around this topic. I am married at the age of 26 and I've been married ever since then. My wife was 25 when we got married, but we got together at the age of 18, 19. I was 19, she was 18. So we've been together for quite some time. I have some skin in the game. I watch our young people these days compared to when I was growing up really just fumble the dating thing. And one of the biggest issues here is the feminism movement, modern feminism, and the manosphere or red pill content that we're now consuming, really, which basically puts both sexes at a disadvantage based on how they speak about each other. So you've found yourself at the age of 30 or older and you realize that you're not married compared to maybe your friends or your counterpart or maybe even your previous generation. So you're now at a loss and you don't know what to do. So I'm going to give you guys some steps as to what you need to do at this moment. One of the things that's amazing about God is that he's a God of second chances. You can't change the past, you can't change yesterday, but you can move forward from where you are. So the first thing I would say you need to do is pray to God and admit your faults. There is a reason why you are 30 and not in a relationship or not married. There's a reason. And if you can't be honest about that to God, then you're not gonna be honest about that to yourself getting up from this point forward. Whatever the reason is, did you fumble something in the past? Did you let go of a good man? Did you buy into feminism, or did you buy into red pill? Did you think all women were trash? Did you think all men were trash? Or maybe you might need to forgive your parents. Were your parents trash at marriage? Did your dad cheat? Did your mom cheat? Did somebody do something wrong that gave you a bad outlook on marriage? Whatever the reason is, you need to take it to God in prayer, and you need to ask God to help you change your mind. It is really important, because all you're going to be doing if you don't change your mindset is repeating what you were doing before and achieving the same results. So change your mind towards marriage. What do you think of marriage? Is it positive in your mind? If it's not, you need to change that. For me, when I was growing up, marriage was one of the best things I looked forward to when I was young. But there was this thing that kept happening. I kept seeing people divorcing. I kept seeing pastors divorcing. I kept seeing my relative divorcing. And I saw somebody in the family do some DV, and I was present. It was crazy. But in my mind, I had always seen marriage as like untainted, which it makes sense why I got married early. I see this a lot. A lot of young people, even in this day and age, who have a positive outlook on marriage, get married. Like, there's no barrier around that. So for me personally, this is just my wisdom and what the conclusion that I have reached in my years of marriage with my wife. Your mindset towards marriage, and my mindset towards marriage, as well as my wife's mindset towards marriage, was pure. We saw it as something we needed to achieve. We saw it as the end all or be all. We saw it as this thing that is honorable. This is how we both saw it, and we wanted to reach it. So if you're at a point where you're 30 and you are not married, what was your mindset towards marriage? And if your mindset was negative, this is where you need to start from. You need to start changing your mind toward marriage. If you go online and watch red pill content, they will tell you the reasons why you should not get married. In fact, I've discussed here on the channel why I believe people are not getting married these days. That doesn't mean I agree with it, but I know the reason why. That doesn't change my mind toward marriage though. One of the jobs of red pill is to change men's mind and stop men from getting married. And in my mind, if you're going to stop that, then you need to also tell men not to do casual dating. If you can't do that, then your point is null and void. The next thing you will need to do is start studying. So this is one of the steps you need to do that changes your mindset. You need to start tweaking that mindset towards marriage. What does it mean to be a husband? What does it mean to be a wife? I'm speaking specifically to the men, the young men, to be honest, because really and truly the key to marriage is in your hand. Once you lock down the woman, then the woman takes over, because she builds the home, she creates the atmosphere. But the door to marriage is all you. You need to study. What does it mean to be a man? What does it mean to be a husband? Because at the end of the day, as much as we say good men get screwed over by women and, you know, they get divorced and whatever, that doesn't apply to everybody. There are good men who have held marriages and have changed the mind of bad women or women who were douchebags, and they've won them over. You need to study what it means to be a good husband, study what it means to be a good leader, study what it means to be a peacemaker, study what it means to understand a woman. Because at the end of the day, one of the most honorable things you can do as a man is understand your woman. You're able to see when she's struggling, so you pick her up. You're able to see when she's dealing with something and you comfort her. You're able to see when something's going wrong in her life and you hold her. Like, this is your job. If you're unable to provide that aspect of your relationship, you leak into territories where your woman is unable to be fulfilled emotionally. And that is an important aspect of your marriage. So study that. What does it mean? How do I understand my wife? How do I understand my lady? How do I know when she's going through something? What do I do? Like, this is your job. Study to show yourself approved of being a husband. The next thing that I would say is that remember, so guys, look, I'm normally harsher on men. So if you can't take it, I don't know what to tell you. But as a man, tell yourself the truth. You need to tell yourself the truth. If you're 30 or plus and you're not married, you're late to the party. You're late to the marriage party, especially as a 35-year-old person. You're not going to get the same attention that you were getting when you were 20. Be realistic. Be realistic about the type of lady you want, the type of lady you're going to end up with. And men don't tend to be delusional, so it is what it is. When I say this, I know a lot of men understand what I'm saying. If you're a lady, definitely I would say do not be delusional in this matter. And this is the lie of feminism, isn't it? This is how we got here. This is the lie that tells you you can wait, that tells you you can put it off, that tells you you can go and do this and then come back. This is why we're here. Going back to my first point, be truthful to yourself as to why you got here, and then start changing that. And it does mean you need to be realistic with yourself as to the type of man that you're gonna get. You're not gonna get the top this or the top that or the top handsome or the top height or the top this. All this height business needs to stop, because the percentage on height is crazy. Even I didn't know the percentage of height. I think it was like 8 to 10% in the whole world who are like 6 foot or over. That's crazy. The last thing I will tell you in this video is there's a girl in your circle. There's a girl that you like. There's a girl in your phone. There's a girl in your DM. There's a girl closer than you think. If you watch my previous video, I said to the guy that the girl that you like is closer than you think. The girl you're probably going to be with for the rest of your life is closer than you think. Start approaching. Ask your friends. Is there a girl that you think I would, there might be a girl they know about. Get her number, call her, get her DM her. You never know. This is the fishing side of it. This is the hard part. This is the rejection part, which all men need to, if you watch my previous video, it's something that we just have to do as men. In terms of looking for the women, it is your job as the man to go out there, whether you use the dating app, whether you use Instagram, TikTok, whatever tool you choose to use, it is your job to go fishing and find the woman of your dream. So if you've not been approaching, you need to start from today. And if, look, guys, we live in a new day. If the girl says no, it is what it is, right? Maybe you might try one more time. Maybe you might leave it for a bit and try again. But if they said no, move on. And at the end of your conquest, at the end of your mission, you will find somebody. There is somebody out there, guaranteed, that would put up with you. We say put up as in a negative sense, but there's somebody out there who will love your quirks. They will love everything about you. And you just need to find them. It is your job to find them. Anyway, guys, let me know if you enjoyed this video. Give me a like, comment, and sub. Are you 30 at the moment and you're lost as to what you need to do to find the woman of your dream? What was your hindrance? Is your hindrance red pill? Is your hindrance feminism? What was it that held you back up until now? And let me know also if you're going to make that change and start approaching ladies in hopes of finally finding the one and getting married. Before I go, guys, please check out my reaction channel. I do movie reviews over there, gaming. I do all sorts over there. Please go over there. Give me a like, comment, and sub. I have a channel with my kids as well. Please go over there. We do reviews. We do gaming. We do all sorts over there. Please go over there and give us a like, comment, and sub. Guys, I'll see you on my next one. If you have any other questions you want me to answer, leave it in the comments below and I'll check them out. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, you already know what we do over here. Relationship, marriage advice. Before I get into today's video, please leave a like, comment, and hit that subscribe button. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark, guys. Let's get into it.
Oh, this is it. Thank you so much for the flowers.
Of course. Anything for you. When can we do this again?
Oh,
You're
I hate
sweet.
those
You're
earrings.
nice. You're a gentleman.
those...
Career driven. You're just not my type.
Oh.
I hope we can still be friends, though.
Sure.
Friend zoned. Undefeated.
I understand it now.
Oh, gangster. Of course. The bad boy.
I ain't got a place to stay right now. So sell with it.
And she's gonna say yes, of course.
Of course.
There we go.
Stay with me. Oh
Typical.
my God, baby.
Oh my days. check out some of these comments, guys. Somebody said, don't forget to borrow her car next time. That's crazy. A lady said, may that kind of foolishness never locate me again. So what that means is that she's been there, done that. So he's right. The video is right. Another person said, it's girl math. It is. We don't say it for no reason. Here's my favorite comment. She'll be looking for the first guy after you leave her with 2 kids and the car on E. So essentially he's saying that once she's done with the bad boy, then she'll be looking for the first guy he was impersonating, the nice guy, the one that has a job, career driven, and he's willing and he's able to give her a good life. She'll be looking for him after she's had the 2 kids and been abused by the gangster. Guys, these things are not being said for no reason, right? The same way women have stereotypes of men, you know, all sorts of words that have been thrown at men for certain majority behavior. It's the same way this is a majority behavior that men see from women. When men are, you know, seen as not having the X factor or not having that spark, or they haven't blossomed, or they're the nice guy, the one that really likes the guy and would die for her. Women typically go, ew, I don't want that. But the bad boy who is, you know, willing to abuse her and treat her like trash and cheat on her and whatever, they go for that kind of guy because he's bad, he's mysterious, he's, you know, he's tall, he's handsome, he's muscly, he, for some reason she wants to save him. I don't know where that comes from. And not just save him, but what's the word? What's that word they do in prison where you basically get that person to become a good person when you could have just had a good person already. It is what it is. This is said for a reason, is basically what I'm saying. This video is not lying at all. And it's over the generation. So it's not like it's a specific generation that did this. Even up till now, I see young people, Christians doing it. You got the nice, cool guy in the church, but he's not cool enough for you. So you go for the guy who has a past and he's just getting saved. He's the one that you want. Nothing against those type of guys, but my point is you overlooked the ones that were there. It's a typical thing. It does happen, and I've seen it. I've seen the guy who has a past and just got saved, but he's struggling, literally decimate girls in the church, like sleep with each and every one of them. It's happened. But the boys who are there, who are taking the word of God and running with it, completely get overlooked. And those boys tend to go outside. They go to another church, they go to an event, they go somewhere and somebody finds them and takes them. And then the girl who was in the church with them starts going, oh, he was handsome. Stop it. Get up. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Leave a like, comment, and sub. Appreciate you watching my videos today. Remember to help me to get that 1,000 subscriber mark. I really appreciate you guys. If you hit that subscribe button today, leave a like and comment. And remember to check out my reaction channel. I react to trailers, movies, and all of the shenanigans over there. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, and sub. And check out my channel with my kids. We do the same thing over there, but with the kids. Please go over there, give us a like, comment, and sub. Guys, I'll see you on my next video. This is why I think that red pill space is really messing up our young people, because they think that dating is that complicated, but it's not. If you're 19 and you're listening to red pill is literally for like the 40-year-old man and woman who's been heartbroken. It's not for you. It really isn't. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Before I get into this video, guys, I'm sure you've seen the thumbnail and I'm sure you've seen the title. I just want to let you guys know that I married really young. I dated my wife from the age of 18, 19. I was 19, she was 18. If I had my way, I think a year or two maximum would have been more than enough to court, date, and all that stuff before I finally got married. So I say all of that today because the title of the video is how to find your significant other. One of the things that I've been seeing so much of in YouTube is how young men, especially in this day and age, whether it's Gen Z, Gen X, whatever you're called, I don't know the difference, are finding it hard to date, and they're finding it hard to approach ladies. One of the reasons being the change in climate. I'm with you guys on that. I really am. It's not the way it used to be back in my day, and I say that, and it sounds like I'm an old person. I'm not. And back in my day, which is not that long ago, you could just walk up to a random girl on the road and get her number. That's literally how it used to be. Previous to that, I don't know how it worked, but during my time, the way we used to get girls was whether you're in school or college at the time, or uni, you would just walk up to a girl on road, you like her, tell her a couple of cute words and get her number, and then we used to do it for fun. We used to do it for fun. Anyway, so unfortunately the climate has changed, so things are a little bit different for you. I think the rules are still the same. Boy meets girl, boy likes girl, boy asks girl out. It is that simple. Just to preface some things before I go on, for me, I would say 18 is like the best age to start putting yourself out there, not in a way where you're trying to conquer the world, but genuinely you have a mind to find the person that you want to spend the rest of your life with. Because for me, one of the reasons why I did mine so young is because I wanted to have time to date, right? And the reason why I wanted to have time to date was because in my time we were hearing, it's nothing close to what we're hearing now, but we were hearing divorce was on the rise, and I saw a lot of people get divorced and their lives got destroyed. And I said to myself, oh, the way to fix this is to date for a long time. That was my reason. I didn't hear from anyone. There was no red pill back then. There was no black pill or feminism or all that. There was feminism, but we weren't on the internet like that, basically. So I just thought to myself, oh, they didn't get to know each other that much. Like, I think there was one couple that got married after like a couple months, another couple got married after a year. And I was like, oh, the best way to fix this is to get to know each other over a long period of time. I didn't plan how long that would be, but I thought to myself, yeah, just this will fix it. If I do this, I would not be in danger of divorce. So anyway, my number one advice to you is to ask yourself, are you ready for marriage? Personally, I hate when people date with no vision of an end goal. This is why we have the casual dating market, because it's dating with no end goal. Why do you want to date? Are you ready for marriage? Because really and truly, marriage should be the end goal of any dating season. So as the man, right, because you hold all the cards when it comes to dating, no matter what the red pill tell you or the feminism tell you, you hold all the cards, right? For every one feminist who says they never want to be with a man or whatever, there are hundreds who are waiting for men to swoop them up. That's literally how the dating market is. So are you ready for marriage? Don't do this thing where you're just trying the waters, because all you're gonna do is a line of heartbroken women. There are women who are waiting for men who are serious. And if you happen to be that man, you take another woman off the market and that woman is happy. But if you're that man who ends up being her fourth, her fifth, her sixth, who broke her heart, you're creating more and more women who basically don't trust men. And that's how, that's how, just as men are created to be red pilled by a woman doing nonsense, women are created to be feminists by men doing nonsense. So are you ready? Judge for yourself. Do you think that if God was to give you a woman now, if you were to go outside now and God says, this is the lady that I want for you, are you willing to get married? Are you ready to get married? If the answer is no, don't date, in my opinion. Especially as a young Christian, don't start dating. But if the answer is yes, then my first main advice is there a girl in your circle that you like? I would say to every young man who is stuck in this dating market, the person that you're meant to be with is closer than you think. Back in the day, and I know it's different for you guys now, but back in the day, normally men marry their friend. They married a girl that they've hung out with. They've married a girl next door. And even though the internet has made things a bit more blurry, those rules still apply, right? There's a girl around you in your church. There's a girl in your school. There's a girl in your college. There's a girl in your uni that you looked at and you thought, oh, I like that girl. Why have you not approached her? Have you approached her? Because I would say it, and I would probably bank on it, that the girl you're meant to be with is closer than you think. So the question is, why haven't you approached her? And if you have approached her, what happened? The only reason why I would tell you not to approach a girl that you like is if the bro code. She's in a relationship, she's married, she's engaged. Those three things. If the girl is in a relationship but she's not married, unfortunately the bro code, the bro code existed years. Like, we used to call it the bro code. I don't know what you guys call it now, but it prevents a guy from approaching another man's girl, in layman's terms. If those three things are present, I would agree, don't approach her, even if you do like her. Just avert your gaze. The other advice I would give you guys is, do you have friends who know others? There was a thing back in the day where a friend would say to you, oh, I know this girl and I think you two would be good together. This is a thing, and it's still very much a thing now. I can look at most of my friends and I know a girl that I could link them with, and I would, in my mind, I think they would go very well together. This is what traditional marriage was built on, and it's still happening until today. So do you have friends that you trust? Do you have lady friends? More importantly, if you're a guy, do you have lady friends that you trust? Which kind of contradicts my earlier point, whereas that she's closer than you think, because that lady friend might be the one you're meant to be with, but we're going to pretend as if she's not. Do you have lady friends that you can trust and you can ask them, oh, is there a, do you have a friend? Do you have a, because this is all rules of engagement that have not changed. Regardless of the internet, these things have not changed. It just seems that we're becoming more and more bad at the game that has existed from time. But yeah, ask your friends, do they have somebody? Is there somebody that they know that they can link you up with? Literally, the internet is about linking. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok is all about, adding somebody, friending someone, like sliding into someone's DM. Use it to your advantage, which goes to my next point, guys. I know a lot of people hate the internet, me too. The reason why we hate it is because of how it's being used, not because it's not good at its job. The internet is an amazing tool to do anything. Like, if you choose to do anything today, the internet can help you do it quicker than you could have done it if you were back in the day, right? So the internet is just a tool, and those tools include the dating apps, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all the things that we see all the negative stuff come out of. They have positive aspects to them. So I would say, if you're a young Christian you don't know what you're doing with your life around dating, there are many just like you on TikTok. There are many just like you on Facebook. There are many just like you on Instagram. Get on there, get on those dating apps and link with somebody who is like-minded. Many young Christians are on those dating apps looking for somebody. The aim is to be smart about what you're doing. The aim is to make sure that you filter, meet the person in person, right? Go out with them, see what they're like. That's really the end game. Dating apps are not just to be used as just talking online. No, I would say once you get to a good, reasonable stage, meet the person physically, because this is what the tool is for. The tool of the internet is to help you meet that person who is like further away than where you are right now. You get to meet that person easier, but you still need to bring it back to the old-fashioned meeting face-to-face, going out to dinner, going out to somewhere, whatever it may be. You still need to bring it back to that. Back in my day, and I'm going to keep saying back in my day, we didn't make things so complicated, especially at the time I wasn't well-to-do financially. We went McDonald's together, we went ice skating, we took walks, we took walks in the snow. Like, there were so many things. And look, young men, I know the internet tells you so much about how women are greedy and they want you to pay for the first day and pay for this. Those people online, they're women who have had multiple men. They've done stuff that they shouldn't have done. The average girl doesn't really care. The rules only apply if the girl doesn't like you, right? But if the girl likes you, she will go wherever it is you want them to go. If they have their head screwed on, and you know, if they're at your age, say that you're 18, 19, 20, they're not going to be asking for lobster. They're not going to be asking for lobster. They just want to be with you, especially at that age. Young love manifests differently than what a 40-year-old woman telling another 40-year-old man, oh, you have to court me. It's different. It's different when you're 17, 18, 19. You don't have to do as much as it is. And this is why I think that the red pill space is really messing up our young people, because they think that dating is that complicated. But it's not. If you're 19 and you're listening to red pill is literally for like the 40-year-old man and woman who's been heartbroken. It's not for you. It really isn't, because you can easily meet somebody and you can date them at your level. Look, guys, I know young people at the age of 17. They don't even take the girl out and they get the girl. They don't even do anything. So you can't compare yourself to like the 40-year-old, the 40-year-old person who's telling you about how women are trash. That is not true. So yeah, use those dating apps to your advantage, but make sure the end goal is to meet the person face to face and go out with them. Get a feel for them physically. Whatever it is you can afford, make sure you've discussed it from the get-go and go out together, get a feel for each other. You know, when I was going out with my lady, we didn't do restaurants. At the time, I wasn't well to do, so we didn't do restaurant. We did McDonald's, we did Nando's. I think Nando's was like the highlights of of our dates. And look where we are today. So don't make it so complicated for yourself. I remember my wife, at the time being my girlfriend, was focused more on helping me becoming who I am today. And she's enjoying herself now because I am who I am today. And she had a lot to do with that. The last thing I would say is that if you liked a girl some time back and you shot your shot and she said no, I would say check in again. There's a lost art now with men. And again, I think the internet ruined it, where we don't try again. We don't chase. We don't go after what we couldn't have. And I know it slips into the territory where women say, oh, I said no, so no means no. We can say with conclusion that this does not apply to all women, and also it only applies to men that women detest. But if you checked in with somebody and they said no, they were respectful about it, maybe there was some circumstances around it, I would say try again. I would say, you know, check in. Is the lady still single? And if they're still single, try again, really, I would say. I do think there is a place for trying again, personally. In conclusion, guys, approach. That's the best way. If you want to find your significant other, if there's a girl that you like, and as long as it doesn't affect the bro code, approach. I know it's painful. Look, I think girls have no idea how much rejection men have to endure. And I think back in the day, some of them did, but now it's like the art is lost. But I would say, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's on the dating apps, whether it's in person, if you like a girl and you're in that season where you're trying to secure the lady you want to be with, approach. All you're going to get is a no. I remember back in the day, people used to say to us when I was young, the worst thing you're going to get is a no. That's what they used to say to us. And I don't know how even no is now soul crushing to men these days, which is why I said what I said at the beginning. It seems like we're weak now. No, it was like the worst thing. And they made you feel like, the men who taught us back in the day, they made you feel like it's just a no. Move on. That's how they made us feel. But unfortunately, these days, it seems like no is like this soul crushing thing, which it's not true. You have to go through it to find the person that you want to be with. That's just how it is. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. If you want me to do a part 2, let me know and I'll do a part 2. I'll let you know what I did to secure my lady as well. And if you enjoyed the video, remember to leave me a like. Let me know your experience in the dating market and subscribe to my channel. I really appreciate you guys watching my video today. Before you go, please check out my reaction channel. I react to movies, trailers. I do movie reviews over there. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, and sub. And check out my channel with my kids. We do the same thing over there, movie reviews, gaming, and all sorts over there but with my kids. Go over there, give me a like, comment, and sub. Guys, I'll see you on my next video.
I'm divorcing my husband because he booed Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl. I'm divorcing my husband because he booed Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl, and I still don't think he believes me, to be honest, but he might want to start, because I just filed my paperwork at the courthouse, and you can see right here, the date of separation is this year's Super Bowl. I'm not just doing this because of the action of booing. I am doing this because of everything that it represents in our relationship. I have loved Taylor Allison Swift since I was 12 years old. My husband even likes her too. Like, he'll put on her music when we're cooking together. He has a favorite song. It's Girl.
She knows her middle name. Is that real? Is the middle name real? I'm gonna have to Google this after, because I've never heard anybody call her middle name. That's giving stalker. That's crazy. Anyway, let's
At home, but we were at the Super Bowl. It was me, him, and 5 of his buddies, and when they put Taylor up on the Jumbotron, all of his buddies started booing, and my husband joined in. And that just tells me everything I need to know about that man, because he didn't care that that would hurt my feelings. He just wanted to fit in with his boys. He didn't even care that that's not even how he actually feels. He just like wanted to look cool, I guess. And that's not a man. That's a boy. And when you see that, you can't really unsee it. So I'm divorcing him. Thankfully, I have a prenup. I'll be retaining all of my assets as well as the assets that I inherited. With peace and love, he probably will not be returning to the Super Bowl anytime soon. So that's one less booer for you, Taylor. I love you.
Is this real? This is okay. Just off the bat of what I'm seeing, I think it's fake. It sounds like trolling. It sounds like because a lot of like the right, especially especially now that Donald Trump is in office, there's a lot of trolling coming up now where the right are basically saying the outrageous things that the left were saying, but now like making it funny. So to me, this is fake. But something in my mind tells me this might be real, just given the climate, given how bad things are now. I wouldn't doubt it. If they said this was real, I wouldn't doubt it. Didn't we have like not too long ago people like getting rid of their boyfriends over, what was it? I can't remember. There was a trend, a recent trend where people were getting rid of their boys or their boyfriend over, what was it? Oh my God, I can't remember. Anyway, I can't remember what it was, but I remember not too long ago, you know, people were saying they're breaking up with their boyfriend because of, I think it was Donald Trump. But I think there was something else before that. Anyway, guys, I have no idea if this is real or not. If it is, let me know in the comments below. What do you know about it? Is this trolling or is this lady being serious? Because the reason why I'm just like, this might be real, because she was, anyway, she didn't, there's no proof. She might be wielding some random paper, but she was showing that, oh, I just got the papers this morning. Whatever. Let me know what you think in the comments below, guys. Remember to leave me a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Check out my other channel, my reaction channel. I'll put it on the screen right now. And of course, check out my channel with the kids as well. We do reactions and gaming and all sorts over there. Please go over there, give us a like, comment, and sub. See you guys in my next one. If you decide to marry a prostitute and she behaves like a prostitute, you can't be surprised. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Thank you for watching my channel, guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Please remember to leave a like and hit that subscribe button and leave a comment if you enjoyed the video. I really appreciate you guys. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark so I can become a YouTube partner. Without further ado, let's go.
It is my responsibility as a wife to make sure my husband leaves my presence full. That every cup that I am supposed to fill is full. The intimacy cup, full. The emotional connection, full. The joy, laughter, and peace, full. Spiritual bond, full. Friendship cup, full. I am pouring into him consistently on a daily basis. So that when he leaves my presence, a compliment or a look of endearment won't move him. He is overflowing. He is in abundance of everything that he needs. That's my responsibility. See, this is where we make the mistake. You're married to me. You shouldn't be looking anywhere else. I'm your wife. But sis, if you are not filling up his cup, he is a human. Just like if you ain't getting love from your husband, you're not getting complimented, and then you go to Walmart and John checking your receipt, talking about, hey, you looking good, smelling good, give you that compliment, you feel a little butterfly. You feel that way because you ain't getting it at home. The same thing for your husband. Fill those cups so that these strangers won't be moving y'all to make stupid moves outside of y'all marriage, okay?
Okay, so this one is a bit hard. I was with her until she got to a specific point, and then I started thinking, okay, maybe not. So I agree with her completely that there are certain needs in marriage that we are meant to fulfill for our partners, and the lack thereof can lead to danger. I agree with that. However, what I don't agree with is that your husband or your wife or whoever it is, that can prevent. So basically what I'm trying to say is that men that cheat, it's more of a character issue. A lot of times you can have people with wonderful characters that may not receive these type of, I guess, good women who go out of their way to make sure everything is fine. But because of their character, they're not gonna resort to cheating. Like, it is what it is. Like, even in the Bible, we remember that Joseph was given the opportunity to sin because the Pharaoh's wife, is it wife or daughter? The Pharaoh's wife, yeah, tried to like put it on him. Like, she basically tried to tempt him, like, hey, look, Pharaoh's not here, let's do this. And he said, how can I do something like this against God? The point is that the thing that stops you from doing wrong is not because somebody did all these things to make sure you don't do wrong. It's because of your character. Does it make it easier that you're not placed in the position of doing that bad thing? 100% it does. But also the Bible says if you fail in the day of adversity, in the day of temptation, your strength is small. So essentially what God is saying is that you're gonna face these things. It is, look, this is gonna happen. But when you go through stuff, when you get tempted, when you go through hardship, I'm gonna be with you, right? And I'm gonna help you. And in the end of the issues that you face, the temptation, the hardship, you will build character. So for me, while I love what she said, and this is the type of wife we need as men, who are not focusing so much on what the man is supposed to do, but they're focusing more on what I should be doing to love on my husband, help him, support him, and the husband does the same. At the same time, I believe that you can have a woman who does all of these wonderful things, and she can end up with a man who will still cheat on her. It is what it is. This is life. We have seen it multiple times. So when that happens and the woman does everything she just said, what was the problem? What do we say to that? It's character. So I think you can have a man who has a wonderful character and has a really terrible woman, but he's not going to cheat. But also you can have a man who has a terrible character, but has a lovely woman who does everything she's supposed to do, and he still cheats. The conclusion of this matter is that it matters, but it doesn't, right? It does matter how you conduct yourself in marriage. It does matter how you conduct yourself as a wife. It does matter how you conduct yourself as a husband. But on the other hand, regardless of certain things, everything comes down to your character. How low are you willing to go? Like, for example, now, right? If you decide to marry a prostitute, when you get down in your marriage and she behaves like a prostitute, you should have known that that is her character. This is how you married her. This is where her moral standard got her. This is the level at which she believes her moral is allowed to go. And you marry her and then she behaves at that level, you can't be surprised. But at the same time, if you see a person, a woman or a man who has a wonderful character, wonderful standards, but maybe you overlook that person to go for somebody else, you know exactly what you're going in for. But if you get somebody with great character, then you can expect a certain level of standard from them. Essentially, you can expect, based on that character, he will never stoop to a certain level. So a lot of people now are beginning to see the result of, let's say, like the OnlyFans models and the people who basically during lockdown use the internet to their advantage by showing their body to make money. But now the moral standard is beginning to degrade. And as a result, men don't want those women, right? They don't want those women at all because they know that, oh, so you're willing to show your body online. This is the baseline of your morality. So essentially, I can expect something of that level from you if I was to put a ring on it or whatever. So all of